Get to know them, or what they do, and who they are. Kindly. I'll ask questions as you network with your friends. 6, new people you didn't know, new faces. Get to know them and what they do. I'll ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get, as you do that, we'll be doing this for the next 10 minutes. I'll stop at 9:25. So please walk around, know people that you didn't know, what they do and who they are. Kindly, I'll be asking questions in the next 10 minutes. So I'll be back at 9:25. Some music, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to request the attention of university faculty and teams that are going to participate in the hackathon. My name is Charlene. Can you please come to this side if you're in university faculty? Raise your hand up. I'll come to where you are. This table? Any other table where there's university faculty? All right. Gotten it? Sawa sawa, coming to you in a few. Thank you.
Okay, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I know we've gone round and made friends, and I told you it's a test. I'll ask some questions. So I'll begin here. Major, tell me one person that you've met today and what they do. Let me start here. Then I'll go around. So make sure you at least know one, at least moja tu. One, no, not two, at least one, okay?
I met Vicky. Vicky is from the DRC and has been working for United Nations for many years. He's retired, he's now going to business and farming back home in DRC.
Wow, thank you. Let's clap for Major here. He's met Vicky from DRC. You're retired but not tired, eh? Retired but not tired. He's made a friend. Okay, let's go to this table. Yes. Mark, who have you met today?
I have met Mr. Raphael. He's a lecturer and also a teacher in university here in Kenya.
Which university?
I don't remember actually.
Okay.
But it was a nice meeting actually.
He's from ZTech University, okay? So thank you so much. That is Mark from DRC Congo. Let me go to another table. Let me go to, where do I settle? Etienne, who have you met apart from guys from the north? This guy is all the way from Garissa, okay? So tell me who you've met.
Number one, I've met Safia from SWC. Number two, I've met Raphael from ZTech University. Number three, I've met Esther from Technical University of Kenya. And I've met also a student referred to as Nyaboke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Etiang, you're overdoing it. I wanted one, but Etiang, decide kuniambia watu wa Garissa, they are sharp, eh? They are sharp people. If you know and understand Garissa, Garissa is in the northern side of Kenya. Eh? A very beautiful place. Eh? So the students from Garissa will be meeting them as we go on with this session. So welcome the students and the people all the way from Garissa. That's far, but they made it to the summit today. Okay, let me go to Sophie's table. Who did you meet?
Okay, I met Ikra from Garissa University. She's studying computer science. That's one of the people I met.
Wow. Thank you. She met a student from Garissa University studying computer science. Okay, let me go to this table. Daktari, who did you meet?
Okay, I've met two people. One I remember the name, the other one I've forgotten the name. The first one is Duncan, Dr. Duncan, the speaker of today, from Sweden. We've discussed about his visit in Zimbabwe, his passion in business models. The other person I met, I've forgotten the name, I think I will follow up on that, is the other guy happened to be alumni in the university where I teach. Thank you. Yes, he's raising his hand.
Oh, Moses.
Yes, Moses.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. Daktari is from Cooperative University. He's met Moses, an alumni of Cooperative Universities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take you through the program of the day. Just to announce to you that we have our chief guest, who's the Swedish Deputy Ambassador Mission Lead to Kenya. They're in the building. They'll be coming down any minute from now. We kick off with the official opening ceremony of this particular summit. But before that, I'd like if I could have the program for the day so that we at least can go through the program and see what or how today looks like and see what awaits us. So if you could go to the next, of course, we'll start with the opening ceremony. We have a delegation from the Swedish Embassy in Kenya who are right here with in the holding room. They'll be coming around. We have Konza CEO the CEO to Konza Technopolis Development Authority, Mr. Paul Okwiri. Of course, the first part, as I told you, is the official opening ceremony, the high-level delegation, and their speeches, and their commitment to this particular summit in Kenya moving forward. So we'll have that part where we'll have the high-level opening ceremony. So that's the first bit of the program. Then after tea break, we'll have tea break here. Coffee and snacks will be served. Then from there, just move on to the next slide. After tea break at 10, but now we might have to adjust a bit with time because we are a bit late. Then we'll have Mr. Duncan Levinson, who's from Sweden. He teaches entrepreneurship in a university there in Sweden. And then we will have the sustainable business innovation industry and academia collaboration. We understand we have the different academia members in our midst. So I'd like to request, if you're from the academia, different universities are represented here. I can see my friend Daktari from Zitech University, Cooperative University, Garissa University, Dr. Etar from Kabarak University. Academia, please, if I can recognize you. Kindly, you can stand, Mr. Yatich, the different universities that we have here. If you're from academia, kindly you can stand and we can come, so we'll have that session. And then academia, let's clap for them. These are representatives from the different universities. Okay, so we'll have the university academia track today. Charlene will be coming to tell us how we go about it. So we'll have a panel. You can have your seats. Thank you so much. And then from there, we shall go to a speaker, a guest speaker. We have been partners as an organization with NCBA Bank. We'll have their head of SME banking in Kenya. So they'll come and do a speech, and we'll have a panel on access to finance. Very crucial, we'll be working with different businesses here, and we'll be coming and telling you how we'll do about it. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the official opening ceremony in a few. Does that help you to know what is ahead? Are you excited? Okay, so we'll begin with the official opening ceremony in a few. Thank you. Some music. Okay, thank you. Welcome our distinguished guests, our chief guest, Madam Sophie. Welcome to this summit and your delegation from the Swedish Embassy in Kenya. Mr. Okwiri, the CEO for Konza Technopolis, kindly welcome. The high-level delegation team, Mike, Jenny, the SWC team, welcome to this particular summit. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready and excited for SWC 2026? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Charlene.
Yes.
These guys look amazing. And the fact that we are in Nairobi, Kenya, and there's very beautiful smiles around this room. Now, I want to turn you to your neighbor, give them a wonderful smile, and tell them you look nice. I think you're telling the wrong person. Turn to the other neighbor and tell them, neighbor, you look amazing.
You look amazing.
Tell them you look amazing. And tell them, welcome to SWC 2026.
Welcome to SWC 2026.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the official opening ceremony of this particular event, and then I'll go to introduce who's in the room, and then we shall flow with the rest of the program. Right, Charlene?
Yes, sir.
Are you excited about this?
Very excited.
I've been looking for this day. So if we could all arise for the Kenya national anthem and the East African anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly have your seats. Okay, Charlene, I guess we'll have to do this off the podium, right?
Okay.
So we'll have a brief session to introduce who's in the room, so that our distinguished guest from the Swedish Embassy in Kenya, called the CEO for Concert Technopolis, SWC, and I Choose Life Africa CEO, so that we can know who's in the room. Now, this room is filled with amazing and great people, brilliant minds in Africa, in northern Sahara and south of River Limpopo. That is where we are in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, we are joined by members of different universities. Charlene, you want to introduce them?
Yes. So in the house, we have ZTech University.
ZTech University.
Table, and later on, we'll be hacking solutions for the business, and we'll talk about that. So we have ZTech University, Technical University of Kenya.
Kindly, if your university is called, the faculty and the student, you can stand up. So Technical University of Kenya, where are you? Thank you, Dr. Esther and the student. ZTech University, Dr. where are you, and the faculty and the student? We have ZTech University. Welcome very much, ZTech University.
Garissa University.
All the way from the north of Kenya, Garissa University. Give it up for Garissa.
Masai Mara University.
Masai Mara University, Dr. Etemo and team, welcome to this particular summit.
United States International University.
USIU University, Dr. Lawrence, where are you?
Right.
Stepped out, We have Kabarak University, Dr. Faith Yetar. Kindly, Kabarak University students and faculty, welcome. Which university? We have Cooperative University. Cooperative University, thank you, Dr. and students. Let's give it up for the different universities.
Is Karatina in the house?
Karatina University.
I think they're on the way.
Okay, we have Mount Kenya University. Dr. Yatich and team, Mount Kenya University, represented with the students there, Ashley and team. Welcome to this particular summit.
Machakos University.
Machakos University, thank you. All the way from our neighboring county, Machakos University. Welcome to this particular summit. Is there a university we've left? Please feel free to remain. Strathmore, they're on their way, and the rest of the university. Okay. So this team, this room has academia, in short. There are academia members in this particular room. So welcome, welcome. We are joined by high school students in the room.
Yes.
High school students.
In the house.
Yes, some high school students in the room. If you're a high school student, kindly arise. We want to recognize you. Welcome to this summit. We have students from Lukenya Academy, Lukenya International Academy. Thank you so much. Welcome. We have students from Aquinas High School in Nairobi. Aquinas High School. Let's give it up for Aquinas High School. Okay. Those are the different students we have in this particular summit. Now, I want to move to a special group that is represented here. I'll mention them and acknowledge their presence, but we will be hearing more from them. We have business people and businesses who we work with. If you're running an enterprise and you're in this particular summit, and some of them are exhibiting from this table and the rest of the tables, kindly, if you're running the different enterprises, even if you're seated, kindly may you stand up. We want to recognize the businesses in the room. Let's clap for them. The different businesses, MSMEs represented. We will be hearing from them in a few. You can see they're looking lovely. We're ready with their products and services, and we'll be visiting the exhibitions to see what they are doing. They're amazing. They're doing amazing stuff. Tell your neighbor, these guys are doing amazing stuff.
These guys are doing amazing stuff.
Don't feel jealous even if you're seated. You may not be doing amazing stuff, but these ones are doing amazing stuff. Let's clap for the businesses in the room. Okay, we have different partners, and we'll be introducing them as we go on. We have SWC hubs across Africa and Europe. So I'll request the SWC hubs represented in the different hubs, representations of the different hubs in Africa. So I'd like us to start with all the way from South Sudan. We have Newton and Tim. These guys have traveled all the way from South Sudan to be here with us. Welcome, welcome to this particular summit, SWC South Sudan. Karibuni sana. We have all the way from the central part of Africa, all the way from DRC Congo. Give it up for DRC Congo and Future Hope Africa. They are amazing guys all the way from DRC. Welcome to Nairobi. We have hubs in Tanzania, the hub in Tanzania, led by Elia. Let's give it up for Elia. Thank you so much, Elia. We have another hub in South Africa, led by our very own Charles White. Let's give it up for Charles White, all the way from South Africa. Welcome, all the way from Cape Town. We have the different hubs all the way from Europe. First of all, let me jump to the Kenyan one. All the way from Europe, in Sweden, we have Sophia, Jenny, and Tim. Where is SWC Sweden? Sweden, Duncan, you need to wake up. You know your embassy is here and representing, So we have all the way, your embassy is present, Jenny, Today if you misbehave, hey, gotta whip some canes, Your ambassador is around, so today you gotta behave, my friend Jenny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the hub that is hosting SWC 2026. The Kenyan Hub, SWC Kenyan Hub. If you're part of the SWC Team Kenya, Dr. Hilda, Charlene here, even me, myself, Mbugu, the SWC Kenya that has helped put all this together. Let me recognize them. SWC Team Kenya!
And Ian, I am told later on they have a dance.
They have a dance, Team Kenya. We'll be seeing what they have for us. Okay, thank you, SWC Team Kenya. Have you left anyone?
Habari zenu. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to have you, Sophie, who is the Deputy Ambassador, the Sweden Embassy. It's really great and honor to have you around. It's great also to have the State Department of Trade being represented here by Frederick Wangaha. Maybe you can just wave Frederick. So he's representing the Ministry of Trade. So really, you and Sophie need to connect at some point. I texted the PS yesterday and asked, what are our trade interests with Sweden? And what is that we need to be doing together? So I'm glad to see you here. I'm really happy to see you. I would also like to introduce the CEO for Concert Technopolis, John, who will be speaking later. But you're a great partner. Because you're working with the nation, you can just stand up. We are working with the national government, but we like piloting what you are doing within a county ecosystem so that even counties can be trailblazers and adopt some of this. Thank you very much, Machakos. Actually, some years ago, I took a whole team of Machakos County team to Sweden to look at Sweden model. There was a speaker, there was a professor from Seku University, there was a CEO for Machakos County, and yeah, now that Madam Deputy Ambassador is here, you need to report what happened during coffee break. Yeah, because I actually did a very good report, very well laid. I will share with both of you, but then you need to have coffee and then you need to say what you actually did. Because one of the things we were looking at was the waste management in Sweden. And I'm glad to say, actually, one of the people that we went with is Dennis Kyoko here. Yeah, so Dennis was one of the team members, and he looked at the renewable energy and waste management in Sweden, and now he's doing that in Machakos County. Yeah, he has a company that's doing waste management, trying to incorporate that. So it's those sort of initiatives we would like to see happening and change happening. And there are very many other guests that are here present. So karibuni sana everybody. So as we start, I would like to ask, is Maslin, is my presentation, need to know whether the presentation. But as it starts, you know, for Kenya, where are my dancers? My dancers. Kujeni, kujeni, kujeni. We'll start this with a dance. With Kenya, we love to dance. And I hope you're not becoming shy. Just cue the song.
Peter, ICL team.
Yeah, Marceline. Come quickly.
Sarah. No, these are the guys who dance in the bathroom, and then when people see them, they grow shy. Here yesterday, during rehearsals,
yeah,
they were shaking bones.
Yeah.
All right.
And my family also is my wife here and children. Are they here? Oh, John, if you have courage, you need to join us as well. Nemo, you can join us if you're courageous, but I know this song, they have all been, so we have not really rehearsed, so, but this song is about Kenya and the Kenyan spirit. As Kenyans, we are known as runners. And every time we come into the pitch and there's a track, we don't need to practice. If you want to compete with a Kenyan, I challenge you to try and see where you go. And so we see ourselves as having this spirit that is basically just, in Kenya you say unboggable. We just see a track and we want to beat everybody on the track. We practice at the national park, so we go there and there are lions, and we say, you know, we're going to run with the lions, and whoever is left behind is going to be eaten. So, the song, are we ready? Where is Sarah? Oh, Sarah is here. Yeah. Where is Marceline? Marceline, you're the one who's supposed to be leading.
She's coming up, and as she comes up, do you guys want to join us?
Yeah, they will join us. They will join us.
Four
yeah.
moves.
So you lead us.
Okay. All right, be upstanding kindly. All right. If you're in Scouts, what were you told? Be on your toes and start marching. Can we all start? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, next move. Raise up both our hands, all right? As we march. Let's try that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then try to turn around. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've all watched Wakanda. Or we know the Wakanda sign for unity. Yes, cross our arms. So, all right. So let's start from the top. Marching. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we raise both our arms. And then we turn around. And then as we come up, we go the Wakanda sign. Good job. Now, can I add a fourth move? So, to the side. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. DJ, we are waiting for you. 1, 2. And then we go back to. All right, so here we. This is trifecta.
One more round, guys.
Now with energy. We've gotten the gist of it. Yes. Let's march. Right hand up. Boots on the ground. We don't back down. We run this pitch. We own this town from the coast to the hills. We chase that goal. United as one, one heart, one soul. We've tasted defeat. We've battled the pain, but still we rise again and again. No giants too tall, no dreams too far. We were born for the fight. That's who we are. Let the drums beat loud. Let the voices shake the clouds. Every child, every fan, every street, stand up now. Feel the heat.
We were born for this fight. We don't back down. And if you doubt it, ask Gen Z and what they have done. All right. Today we're going to be talking about the business. And Ian, my... So the story we'll be hearing, we'll hear many things, but I just want to talk to one particular lady who is here, and her name is Viola. If you can give Viola the microphone. So, Madam Viola, habari?
Mzuri.
Yeah, where do you come from?
I come from Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County.
Uasin Gishu County.
Yes.
Chemge.
Chamge.
It's really good to be here.
It's a pleasure.
So tell us, who is Viola?
Okay, Viola, I think Viola is just an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was born an entrepreneur, but I did not know my skills and my passion until later, way later. Is when I discovered, when I was almost heading to 50 years, is when I discovered I had something that I could be able to do, and something that I also loved. And that's why I broke out from working, from a formal employment, and now went to the villages to start working with the farmers.
Yeah.
And I enjoy working with the farmers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what's your product? What are you selling?
Today, we are the first company in Kenya to start processing and producing Cape gooseberry, which was a wild fruit for a very long time. Many of us who grew up know that fruit. But today we have been able to bring it back into the food systems, and we are processing a lot of products out of it, from jams, from dried fruits, from sauces as well. And we're also now engineering a wine. So sooner or later you start seeing gooseberry wine. Yes.
Wow, so as we started with gooseberries, I can see, these things we used to eat as children in the wild, eh?
Yeah.
For those who are boys in the village, I think, Joshua, you can remember this. So it's amazing. Now she's, I was in Viola's farm and she was getting orders. So right now, how do you deliver your product? Who are you selling your product to?
Okay, currently we are now countrywide through main suppliers, Naivas, Chandarana, Quickmart, and we are now also getting into the hotels. We also discovered that's where the real tasting happens. That's where you get the first experience of having to use our products with the meals that you order from the hotels. So that's where we are right now as part of the strategy for this year, going through hotels. But it's all available at Naivas, Chandarana, and Quickmart countrywide.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I noticed when you are at your factory, orders were just coming thick. And so how do they get delivered to the different markets? How do they get transported?
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. We were lucky to have started a partnership with Wells Fargo, the Fargo Courier. This was their first time, by the way. They had never done that before, transporting fresh fruits. So let's say we are the pioneers in everything, even pioneering of just working with fresh to the supermarket. So we work with them hand in hand and ensure it reaches the door of every branch as fresh as yesterday. Yeah. So today we are the farm packaging. In the evening it will be leaving, and tomorrow morning by 9 you will get it in any Naivas countrywide.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, and we've been working together through Geno Accelerator. Yes. When did we first meet, by the way? When did we start working together?
I think about 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, yes. Yeah, when you came to Wasengishu County.
It's been a real pleasure to work with you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Makofi for Iola. Amazing. The woman of power. Then here we are working with
our vision and our business strategy, our strategy is to build business ecosystems that becomes platforms in each country where we can cooperate in a very efficient way. And we take next slide. This is our identity. And the thriving African community is visualized like this. So we came together, brought in our ideas from the different countries, what we mean with thriving African communities. And that's what it looks like. So each country would see what does this mean specifically in our country, but this is our overall vision. And our identity is, there is no hierarchy. There's total democracy in each hub decides for themselves, but we have the same values, we have the strategic framework, and we have the vision. That is our way of working together. So let's take next slide. So when we came together, we identified the needs. We have done it both in our groups, we have done it for research purposes as well. So we identify what are the needs of Sub-Saharan Africa. So the resilient business sector is a huge need. And we broke it down in 3 areas. So the first one, here are some of the events that we have when we talked about this. So one is maturity for international partnerships. That is about the internal structure, what to deliver, and how to report, and to be able to present trustworthy data and trustworthy management systems. Need to be designed to scale up. And the third one is to have plans for longevity. And that's why we also brought in the concept of family business, to transgenerational ownership and thinking, how can this company prevail over time? Because that was identified. There are so many companies that do not survive 5 years. There are very few companies in Africa that survive beyond the first generation, which is common in the part where we come from. So how can we introduce that? So we've been doing that since 2017, understanding what are the cultural challenges for companies to survive beyond the first generation. So we're digging in and unpacking that to see there are methods, there are processes, and there are models to see and methods to use in order to bring the family together and think about being a family business or a business family. And we have also identified areas, so food security. We can go on. Next, connectivity, sanitation, and accelerated and disruptive education. And the last one is systems design business approach. So we cannot work in silos. We need to have a more broader approach to get the synergies of business investments and business initiatives. Our mission is to empower entrepreneurs being agents for sustainable change. And our purpose is to be instrumental in the transformation into sustainable, thriving economies. So this is the base that we work on. So how do we then do that to provide opportunities for entrepreneurs to actually work together across the different cultures? Because there is a huge difference between the business culture where we come from and the business culture in Africa. So we need to have tools to overcome that. So we are designing partnerships, and that is really our value proposition, what we can offer. So we have the hub systems, but what is the foundation of partnership is actually how to build trust. And that comes from 2 aspects. It's about the character of the individual, the entrepreneur, and the owner, and it's also about ability to work together, ability to deliver from both ends. So it's both for the Swedish entrepreneur and for the African partner. And that creates trust. So that's the foundation. And how do we then do that? How do we do this quality check and work together? So this is an example of what a hub looks like. Each hub designed their own ecosystem, but each hub is an ecosystem. And it's about business development. And they can look in many different ways. But it has to be an ecosystem with different components, creating a platform for to increase the likelihood of success for business survival and for partnerships. So together, so this is one country, but together, if you take the next slide, you can see how we interact together in a wider ecosystem. So we mimic nature to see how the small ecosystems can form larger ecosystems and can grow. So if we take the next slide, we can see how we work together in the different countries, but also from where Sweden is one part, but we are also parts. So you see some of the hubs are here, so we work together in different ways. And digging down in how we do it, next slide. We have the hub and we share the vision, mission, and the strategic framework. The opportunities are there, what we can provide, and the impact that we have. So this is super important to see that this is the process where we channel who are the companies that want to work with us and who we can work with. And next slide. So the building of partnerships look like this. So we as Hub, we talk together. What are the opportunities in Kenya? What are the opportunities in Sweden? And we decide, okay, what are we going to do together? So we have a joint initiative in some way. And then we look in our different networks. How does the ecosystem need to look like in order to provide that initiative with what it needs? So in Sweden, it would be constructed and designed in one way, and here in Kenya, it would be in another way to make sure that this initiative would work. So, so we have ongoing initiatives that are based on this principle. So in DRC, there was an impact investment some years ago. So now, recently, there was the next start agriculture entrepreneurial initiative that got an investment. In Tanzania, it's in agribusiness, super good, and it's, delivering more than expected in just fewer months than expected. And we have ongoing business partnerships in South Sudan, where we have an extremely interesting initiative, which is a systemic approach to community development based on entrepreneurship, not on aid. And Ivory Coast, we're just trying to get confirmation about how to source raw material for the skin industry. And we have a lot of different countries working with a super good sanitary pad called Spacer Pad. So these are all business opportunities that are ongoing, and we are just here. This is the start, and it's here to stay. Preparing for the partnerships is really about the why. We need to know why are we going to do it, how are we going to do it, and more exactly, what are we going to do? And that needs to be very clear. And the strategy for joint business development is that we have come that far that we decided what we do. We do a pilot, a small scale, and we get some learning about it. And then we see, okay, this will work. We have an agreement, 1 to 3 years. And then we can start, how will the formal relationship be? So we will walk and learn from each other and get to know each other. And then it's time to scale up. So this is, in short, what the value proposition from Sustainable World Cooperation when it comes to development. And this is really something that we do together. It's a co-creation from day one, and will continue. It's not an agenda that we have. We form it as we walk together. Yeah, so thank you so much, and we'll meet again.
Okay, let's give it up for Jenny once again or once more. She's doing an amazing job. Thank you so much, Jenny, for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause as she takes her seat. Okay, the next speaker of the day, I'll try to do this quite fast because we have different speakers, but we'll give and accommodate time for each one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from where? Who can guess the next speaker of the day? All the way from where? Right here in Nairobi, Kenya. We have our partners as I Choose Life Africa. One of our partners is an organization called Children's Mission Africa. The lady who's about to speak to you, she's an advocate for inclusive and sustainable development. She's the regional program manager at Children's Mission Africa, responsible for partnerships, technical program support, and monitoring and evaluation. A seasoned professional over with a decade in civil society and a bit of work with academia, Bachelor of Arts holder and Master's holder in History from Egerton University, Executive Education from Strathmore University on Public Policy Analysis and others. She's a co-founder of the Nalotesha Indigenous Women's Organization and is a recipient of the Mandela Washington Fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, she's very unique. She's my friend, but I just read her bio for the first time. I have a lot of questions for you, Magdalene. Help me welcome Magdalene Kelel from Children's Mission Africa to give us her presentation and what they're doing with us as our partners. Magdalene, karibu sana. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Magdalene, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my boss, who is called Tom Owor, who is not with us today. So I will wear his hat and talk about Children's Mission. So Children's Mission Africa, we work as a regional office for Children's Mission Sweden. And Children's Mission Sweden is working in several continents, Asia, Europe, and also Africa. So the work for Children's Mission Sweden in Africa, we are responsible as Children's Mission Sweden. And so we do have different, I have a presentation, so I was trying to look at my back to see what to do. But in Children's Mission, what we believe is we envision a world where people live in dignity. That every single family, every single individual will live in dignity. That depends or take different versions in different contexts. And that's what does really dignity means for us. And today, because we are talking about sustainability, I will take that piece of what we do to talk about what we do in that space. So as Children's Mission, we envision a world where people live in dignity, but take different ways and strategies to achieve that. And one of the things we do is livelihood. And what does livelihood mean? In our context as Africa, is the situation that we have right now is a lot of families and households are struggling in the sense that every livelihood means survival. Can I have food on the table today? How do I get to pay school fees for this term, not the next term or this year, but this term? How do I survive the drought or the next shock, the drought, the floods, and the things that are happening? So how do I survive that? So that takes livelihood and takes to how do we change that people have the choice to the multiple choices to be able to plan for their livelihood, to protect, but also to pass that to the next generation, because we're thinking about children at the core center of the things that we do. So we take different pillars. Because we work as a regional office, we don't do implementation. We work through organizations like I Choose Life Africa that we've worked with for more than 15 years. So what we do is we develop organization. We realize the continent is huge and we cannot be in every space, in every household to do that. So we do work with organizations. We are working right now in 8 countries, but with 11 organizations doing that so that we do change the communities and impact the families that those organizations work. So we do organization development, so we work through with civil societies to think in your context, whatever you are working with, how do you develop your systems, or do you develop your governance, your finances, in a way that helps you to achieve your vision? So we do the monitor, we help them develop frameworks for monitoring. How do you trust your data? How do you talk about results? Not just people, numbers of this number of people but this is the impact. These are the stories. These are the change. And this is a transformation in policy and societies that you work with. And the other thing is this has worked with organizations. We have 3 pillars that we work with. That's economic empowerment, which entrepreneurship is part of. Because in thinking about giving people a choice, we just don't think about people having money, but how do you plan for the future? How is that sustainable? How do you move from just thinking about the food on the table to I'm protecting my soils, I'm using water in a sustainable way for the next few generations? How do you use the resources that you have in a sustainable way so that you can pass that to the future generation and include the young people and the children in that space that you're working with? So we think about the sustainability of that. We do education. We work with schools. We support schools here in Kenya. And resilience, which is climate, but also resilience in building your system for the future. So what do we think about sustainability? So in working with livelihood, in other countries we do economic through livestock. So how do you improve that? We do work with small farmers and that thing. So when we talk about sustainability, we're talking about dignity, resilience, and the future generations. So it's not just survival, because survival is not enough. So you can have the income to pay for the school fees, you can have the income to access health, but then what? So sustainability becomes a strategy to think, how do we build that in a way that we can plan and protect for future generation. Then in a lot of things, I'm a historian, so you will forgive me. We have these concepts about always thinking about the change and development coming from the West. That's one perspective. That, oh yeah, for us to build as entrepreneurs, I will need investors to come from Sweden, I will need investors to come from US. So we are all looking for financial finances, either from some investors, and we're going from boot camps, to learn to pitch. How do I get the money? So that's one aspect. We're always looking outside because we feel that we don't have what it takes. The second aspect is we blame. We say, yeah, we've been colonized and we are suffering because, the resources were taken away. The systems, we don't have the power. We don't have the expertise, all those things. But then in Children Mission World, we think we need to change our mindsets. We need to shift. If we talk about sustainability, we need to shift from just survival to how do we build for the future. And in that, looking at what do we have? What are the resources? If I am a farmer, I come from the pastoral community, so cows is my business, goats is my business. And how do I build the value chain within the meat industry and own it? Not to look for, sorry, Jenny, but I'll use you as an example because you're my friend. So how do I own it if 50% of equity of my company is owned by Jenny? I don't have control over the decisions. The government of Kenya will not have a lot of influence on how to control the money, get the revenue, because half of it will go to Sweden. It will go to Jenny who owns the company. So if you're thinking about building the future, it's to look in what resources do we have and how do we own it? In the sense that we are building, we're just not fixing so that I have 50 million revenue, or I'm making this profit, or I am employing 4 people. It's owning it that the people that I employed are thinking, this is my future, this is my country, and I'm building it, or this is my continent, and I'm building it for 4 generations to come, and not just the now that we've been. So moving from survival to stewardship of our resources, and that will only happen if we own the processes. If we take the resources we have, we realize the value that is in our continent, the value that is in the things that are on our hands, and build for the future. So a lot of things are required, and one of it is I am happy that the academia is here. We talk about evidence, and that's what we believe in Children's Mission, that we need data-driven decisions, that you need to show the evidence that this actually works. In entrepreneurship, we always, if you listen to people in the West or developed world, US always talks about the last mile. So if you're investing on the last mile, there is money. But in Africa, the investment is on the first mile, because how do you get the gooseberries from 200 farmers or 10,000 farmers for mangoes who are spread around 200 kilometers to your factory? So this needs us to think about what is our real situation. We know the business, we know the principles that guide, but how do we have the data for our context and design for our context? Not just, take the concept, take the frameworks from the West, that their world is totally different. So for us, we believe that sustainability needs, one, evidence. Next slide. It needs evidence, it needs decision, whether it's policy, whether it's business design. We need data-driven. So there's evidence in that. And then there's communities and peace, because in Africa we're talking about conflicts. We're talking about communities are fighting. We always think that it's not enough, and we're fighting about who is controlling the water of Rift Valley, of the Lake Victoria, who is harvesting more than the other. So we need to think about those things, but also community ownership, which means us owning the processes and the businesses. So basically, we need a mind shift in how we think about business. What solutions are we solving, and to who? And that's what sustainability means for us as we do development work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Magdalene. Let's give it up for Magdalene as she takes her seat from Children's Vision Africa for a wonderful presentation. Now, I know we have a lot of speakers, but we'll request the speakers to keep it to 7 minutes, because we are behind schedule a bit, so that we are able to cover all the aspects of the program today. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we've all been hearing about Konza. Tell your neighbor, Konza. Konza. Now, today we are very privileged to have the CEO for Konza. The CEO for Konza, Konza Technopolis Development Authority, but we call it Konza ourselves. So Mr. John Paul Okwiri is a highly accomplished executive celebrated for extensive experiences in procurement, supply chain management, and investment strategies. Currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer at the Konza Technopolis Development Authority, he has played a critical role in transforming the organization into a leading center of excellence for innovation and technology, focusing on advancing Kenya's knowledge economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Paul Okwiri with a presentation on local and global investment at the Konza Technopolis Development Authority. Let's give it up for Mr. John Paul Okwiri as he comes on stage to tell us more about Konza. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. To the representative from the Embassy of Sweden, Sophia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. Today, I'm privileged to be here to support our partner, I Choose Life, and all the partners present in the room. When we were invited to participate and to join this SWC summit, we were really excited in Konza Technopolis because we are part and parcel of the ecosystem that is transforming our country. So I've been invited to speak about Konza Technopolis, the Silicon Savannah, local and global investment opportunities in the Technopolis. So it is a privilege to join you at this Sustainable Business Forum to share the Konza Technopolis story, Kenya's Silicon Savannah, and more importantly, to discuss why Konza represents one of the most compelling local and global investment destinations on the African continent today. At conception, Konza Technopolis was envisioned as a platform for sustainable growth, a catalyst for innovation, and a bridge between policy, capital, technology, and talent, anchored under the Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Digital Economy Blueprint. Konza is a deliberate national investment to position Kenya and Africa as a competitive player in the global knowledge economy. At Konza Technopolis, sustainability is not an add-on. Rather, it is embedded in our planning, infrastructure, and governance model. We are developing a mixed-use, smart and green city, integrating climate-resilient infrastructure, smart utilities and digital services, walkable urban design, renewable energy and adoption, and efficient water, waste, and mobility systems. This approach ensures that investors are not only participating in a commercially viable city, but one that aligns with ESG principles, long-term resilience, and responsible urbanization. Over the past few years, the government of Kenya has made significant upfront investment to de-risk private capital at Konza Technopolis. Currently, phase 1 infrastructure is in place, including high-capacity roads and serviced parcels, reliable power and water, a robust fiber backbone and data infrastructure, government offices, universities, and anchor developments. Konza is no longer a concept. It is an investable operational city. For investors, this means reduced entry risks, faster project execution, and a clear regulatory framework under a special economic zone that offers competitive fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. Konza presents diverse bankable opportunities across multiple sectors. In ICT and digital services, within the data centers and digital infrastructure domain, and for stakeholders in life sciences, research and innovation, Konza Technopolis is being deliberately developed as a national and regional hub for biomedical research, health innovation, and applied life sciences. In real estate and urban development, there are opportunities from commercial offices and residential developments to hospitality, retail, and conference facilities. In green and sustainable enterprises, are welcome investment in the clean energy, green manufacturing, climate tech, and circular economy solutions that align with sustainable goals. Konza Technopolis is not just about Kenya. It is strategically positioned as a gateway to the East Africa region and Africa continental free trade area, offering investors access to fast-growing markets of over 1.3 billion people. By locating at Konza Technopolis, global firms benefit from a stable and predictable policy environment, robust public public-private partnership frameworks, seamless access to regional and international markets, and a strong government commitment to private sector-led growth. Further, as both master developer and regulator, the Konza Technopolis Development Authority provides a transparent and investor-friendly operating environment, supports projects from concept through to operationalization, actively facilitates collaboration across government, industry, academia, and innovators, and continuously enhances the city's infrastructure and services to position Konza as a globally competitive destination for investment and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Silicon Savannah is rising by design, with sustained investment in smart city development now maturing into real demonstrable value for investors, innovators, and broader economy. Konza Technopolis represents an opportunity to invest in technology, sustainability, people, and impact, all within a city built for the future. Whether you are a local entrepreneur, a regional developer, or a global investor, Konza offers a platform where ambition meets opportunity. I invite you to engage with us, partner with us, and invest with us as we build a city that works for business, for society, and for generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, let's clap for Mr. John, the CEO for Konza Technopolis. So, right now, before I invite our chief guest, Madam Sophie from the Swedish Embassy in Kenya, I'd like all of us to stand for a few minutes. We'll do one energizer, and then we'll give it up for our chief guests to give us or open this particular summit officially. So let's all of us stand. Now, we'll do a bit of exercise, a bit of exercise, and I want to see the people who are keen in this room. Now, you're going to do what I say, not what I do. Okay? Are we together? You do what I? Not what I do, what I do. So, when I say kado kado, you'll do like this. Kado kado. All hands up. Kado kado. Then kado here. Hands on the kimbo. Kado. And then ka, you touch your toes. Okay? Let's try it again. Kado kado. Kado kado. Kado. Ka. Okay. Are we all together? Have you gotten it? When I say kado kado. Kado. Ka. Okay. Now, please, all of us ensure you do what I say, not what I do what I do. Do you want to rehearse this? Do you want to rehearse this? Okay. Kado kado. Kado. Ka. Kado kado. Ka. Ka. Okay. We're seeing people who are failing, We're seeing people who are failing and not being keen. Let's do it again. Now let's go. Kado kado. Kado. Ka. Kado kado. Kado. Ka. Kado. Look at these guys. Okay, let's go on more. Kado kado. 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 Ka. Kado. Kado kado. Ka. Kado. Ka. Kado kado. Kado. Ka. Kado kado. Okay, let's clap for ourselves. Okay, just before the chief guest, I'd like to welcome back on stage Mr. Mike Mutungi, who's the Chief Executive Officer for I Choose Life Africa. Mike was nominated as the top 100 most influential personalities in Kenya in 2021. He's a visionary leader and a trailblazer who's dedicated to the empowerment of young people, as demonstrated by his commitment to the 1 million Youth Empowerment Challenge every year in line with I Choose Life Africa's strategic plan. been spearheading the cutting-edge global leadership thinking through his work in Africa, Europe, and North America. He developed the quadrahelix development approach, which brings together the government, the policy, private sector, business, academia, research, and civil society. Community voice to catalyze and accelerate development in the global development world. He has also been a great advocate for twinning cities for cross-learning between the global north and the south, having initiated such relationship between Sweden and Kenya. His focus has been the growth of MSMEs in African countries, which contributes to over 33% of the GDP and about 80% of the jobs. Mike is also married. Where is Joe? Mike is also married to Joe Mutungi. I understand that she's outside and blessed with 4 children, John, Michelle, Nimo, and John. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome back on stage Mr. Mike Mutungi to proceed on and invite the guest speaker.
Yeah, so thank you very much. We'll have a bit of a change of the program. We'll have Madam Deputy Ambassador speak, and then after that we can have the Office of the Trade as the last speaker. But just before she comes, I'm just going to share just 1 or 2 slides that sort of summarizes what we are discussing today, and then I'll invite us. So, yeah, I saw Jenny come here, so I assume this is a strategic place to stand. So just fly the slides. Just keep going, and I'll tell you where to stop. Keep going. No, just the one on the data, one of the graphs. So I think the first thing just for us to say is when you look at the population globally, where the populations are going. You can see initially by 1951, we had Asia having the biggest population with 1.3 billion, and Africa being 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th continent. But then by 1991, Africa had already caught up with Europe and America. By the time we went to 1995, you can see again Africa around there. But by 2050, you notice where Africa will be. It will be the 2nd most populous continent in the world. By the turn of the century, by 2099, Africa will be the 2nd in terms of population. It will be the only continent that population will be growing. All the other continents, the population will either have stagnated or reducing. So that's one thing just to think what that means for the world. And therefore, we are in the right place because, you know, we are here, we are all Africans, and by, you know, association or being here, and we are designing the global future. That's where we see it. The people here are really going to be the ones that are determining how the world looks like in the future. I think the previous slide, just go to the size of Africa. Sometimes you don't understand how huge Africa is. Just go to the previous slide. When you look at the continent, you can fit in Africa. You can see you've got India. You have, is that China? China, US, all these continents, you can fit them in Africa. So in terms of resource, Africa is extremely resourced. And then you can, and then also the natural resources, obviously. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, and also just natural resources, 40% of the world's gold, 90% of the world's chromium and platinum, 65% of the world's arable land, and so forth. So we are very resourced as a continent. Just go to the next. And then, of course, Christianity. But I want to now just go to the next. Go to the next. Obviously, we have challenges. Go to the next. But as SWC Kenya Hub, we'll be focusing on these thematic areas, on capital, markets, technology and AI, industry, academia collaboration, business sustainability, and e-mobility. Just go to the next. Yeah, so as we work with the businesses, then we assess the business, we validate the assessment, and then we deliver the growth, and then we scale. So those are like the 4 steps as we are looking at all these businesses. First, a very thorough assessment together with academia, validation, deliver value, and then scale. Can you just go to the next? Yeah, it's the same thing. Just go to the next. So this is the team. The team members are here, amazing team members. You've got Sharon, did our first, I think she did our first, she was a founder of a company when she was 18 years old, Dr. Hilda. Bernard Wambogo, amazing in terms of AI and marketing, Wanjao Duba, and Marceline and Ian. Just go. So that's the team that will be delivered this. And we'll be delivering this through the Genuine Business Accelerator that you can see over there. Just go to the next. So these some of the companies we've been assessing, it's been obviously they have challenges. We've tried to come up with them and say, what are your challenges? What would be generally your cost to deliver that? And so as SWC Kenya and globally, obviously as you have this partnership, there is obviously cost to it. We need to figure out how to be able to do it. And then we have another slide. Yeah, thank you very much. So that was just to give you context in terms of what we are thinking. Ambitious, audacious, and hopefully we can collaborate around this with other hubs around Africa. But it's really my great privilege to introduce and ask Sophie, who is the Deputy Ambassador, and also she's the one who is in charge of trade at the Sweden Embassy and also political part of the Swedish Embassy and development. So thank you so much. I must say, I've been very impressed. You know, well, for other Kenyan guest confirmation, Camila, I think, called me on Thursday just confirming. We talked about 20 minutes. You know, this is what you are thinking. And I just thought, there's a lot we Kenyans can really learn about just being meticulous, being thorough, preparing. Then after that, by Friday, she had sent me a PowerPoint slide just to confirm. And I must say, they're part of me that I'm completely amazed. And I think we are very privileged to have Swedes among ourselves and to be partners. Kenyans have our strengths, and then Swedes have their strengths, and I think this relationship can really make us very good. So, Madam Deputy Ambassador, please come.
Wow, what an inspiring crowd. It's really an honor to be here with you among entrepreneurs and academics. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me and my team here today to learn more from all of you how we can build a thriving entrepreneurial community in Africa. I understand that the first meeting of this initiative took place in Sweden, and that several Swedish companies were among those who helped initiate this forum. That is no coincidence. Sweden is a country, as you know, located far up north with a relatively small population. Our prosperity has always depended on doing business beyond our borders, exporting, importing, partnering, and competing internationally. Swedish companies have always had to look outward to grow, and that experience shapes how we approach business partnerships today. Swedish companies have also been early movers in working with sustainability and responsible business conduct. This has been partly driven by regulation, but also by experience. Over time, companies have learned that long-term success depends on respecting people, protecting the environment, and managing risks responsibly. Sustainability has therefore become a natural part of how many Swedish companies operate, integrated into business strategies, supply chains, and everyday decision-making. Today, companies like Rome, we've heard about more earlier today, show that sustainability and sustainable solutions can also be commercially competitive. Sustainability is not a barrier to growth. On the contrary, it strengthens innovation, trust, and access to markets. And that is not least true for companies that want to do business with the whole of Europe. Access to finance is, of course, also a critical part of competitiveness. Swedish Development Corporation is increasingly working with innovative financing instruments that are designed to reduce risks, unlock capital, and help small and growing businesses grow. And there are three main types of innovative financing. First of all, challenge funds that support companies in their very early phase. They provide funding to develop and test business models, improve products, and take the first steps into the market. The aim is to reduce risk and help companies reach an early scale. Second, results-based finance targets more mature companies that are ready to scale or enter new markets. Funding helps finance expansion and manage cash flow during growth. Support is linked to results achieved, such as customer growth, jobs created, or reduced emissions. And third, guarantee instruments are used for more established companies with stable operations in sectors such as environmental or energy sectors. SIDA, our development cooperation agency, shares the risk with banks or investors, reducing risk for lenders and making it easier for SMEs to access loans and investment that would otherwise be difficult or too expensive. Innovative financing is only one part of a broader toolbox to support businesses. Sweden also works extensively with capacity development in various areas. I would especially like to mention the Swedish Workplace Program implemented by the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, NIR, in 6 African countries, including Kenya. The program works hands-on with companies to improve day-to-day dialogue between management and workers. The focus is simple: fewer conflicts, better cooperation on the shop floor, higher productivity, and decent working conditions. This has clear business value. Buyers increasingly require proof of responsible practices. Companies with well-managed workplaces are more reliable and perform better over time. And strong social and environmental practices make it easier to grow, build partnerships, and access new markets, including Europe. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to highlight that Sweden also offers practical support to help companies navigate EU rules, not always easy, and enter the Swedish and European markets. Importantly, these rules are the same across Sweden and all of the EU member states. One such governmental function is Open Tradegate Sweden, which provides free support to SMEs to understand EU trade rules, sustainability requirements, and market access conditions through practical guidance, webinars, and participation in selected European trade fairs. Another is Invest in Sweden, part of Business Sweden, which offer market analysis, strategic advice, practical support, digital tools, and contacts with relevant stakeholders across Sweden. Business Sweden has also an office here in Nairobi that can serve as a first point of contact. There is also Swedish East African Chamber of Commerce, SWEAC, that plays an important role in promoting business relations between Sweden and East Africa, offering networking opportunities, events, and direct contacts with Swedish companies that may be relevant for exporters in African countries. Let me also mention in this context that we have a Swedish-Kenyan alumni network, a network consisting of up to 500 individuals that in some way or another have studied in Sweden, and that could also be an important network for some of you here today. If you would like even more information, please reach out to us, the embassy, my team, and we will be happy to assist you further. I wish you the best and productive discussions, strong connections, and concrete business outcomes from this summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's give her a better round of applause as she shakes her seats. Kindly, Madam Sophie, I request you to stand here. Bwana CEO and our chief guest from the Ministry of Trade, Machakos County, and our development partners, if you could all stand here. I'll call Stella and Tim. Rome, we are going to flag off one of our social enterprise. So kindly, if I can have the Rome bike here, we will be kindly just line up here. Mwala and Tim from Rome Sacco will be taking stage here so that we can flag them off. One of our social enterprise. Please pick the bike, Mwala. If we could have the bike here, so that we are able to launch one of our e-mobility social enterprises as I Choose Life Africa. So these guys we financed them with a Rome bike. So Mike will be telling us, and Mwala, what exactly they have been doing. If you're able to bring the bike, it's an electric bike. Yes, Stella. This is a Rome bike.
All right, so we will have, now do we have Rome bike here, the CEO or anybody representative?
Rome bike.
Okay, we'll have Duncan. Duncan, since he's from Sweden, he'll represent Rome bike. So come, today you are the CEO for Rome bike. So Duncan is the CEO for Rome bike. So they're the ones who are doing this. It's a Swedish company. They're the ones who are producing these amazing bikes. We have the secretary, so we are financing through the SACCO. And maybe Shakespeare, you can tell us just briefly about the features of this bike and why it is such a good bike for Kenyan market.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. This is an electric bike, and it's very good for Kenyan market because what we are advocating for is clean energy. So it does not emit any, they pollute the air, it's the clean energy. And then it uses 2 electric batteries, which is lithium. And for this bike, compared to the fuel one, this one does not, you have to repair with the engines and all that. What you have to do is just to use the electric, basically to use it, it's not like the fuel bike where it pollutes the air. So basically this one, when you use it, it doesn't affect the environment.
Yeah, okay. And so, so where can you charge it?
You can charge it at home. It comes with 2 chargers where you can just charge at home using the normal electric.
So any place you can charge a mobile phone, you can charge the bike.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things I like about, I hear from the riders, because they say particularly for guys from Kisumu, they can go without really worrying about, swapping and so forth. So that, I think, is one big advantage of this bike. Now, is Edward here? One of the guys that, okay, so Edward is one of the persons that is the rider who was financed. And Stella, you can go to this guy. You need to be with the guys you are financing. Yeah, so maybe you can start with Stella. So Stella, you facilitated the financing for this bike to Edward and Harrison. Is Harrison here? He's not here. So, him. So what is it that, as you are financing, what are the key things that you were to go through just to make sure? Because many people when they're financing, obviously, banks are afraid. And the NCBA, is NCBA in the house? Where is NCBA? Okay, I know one of the things I've kept talking with NCBA about giving me money to finance these guys. And one of the key issues is risk. And so they said, you might take the risk, as you keep your account. But I'm glad to see you here today. But so for you, you've taken the bet through the SACCO financing. So what is it that made you finance the bike?
So basically where the journey started was that we first started by identifying different circles.
Yeah.
One was Rebs Sacco.
Yeah.
So we went through their registration, how far they are, what kind of financial literacy they have, just an accelerator program for them.
For the Sacco.
Yeah, for the Sacco to be established.
Yeah.
Then, of course, after that, we identified different suppliers who we have also partnered with. It's not only Rome, we have several suppliers.
Yeah.
So then we invited the SACCOs, their members, to apply for the financing through an app where they are able to digitally apply for financing.
Yeah.
Once they are able to, Edward was one of the key people who started off.
Yeah.
So he was able to go online, apply for a bike, put in a deposit for the same using his mobile money. And then from there, we knew that the bike is going to be the collateral. So that is the kind of SACCO-backed financing we are doing. We are able to actually monitor where Edward is going. We are able to, through his SACCO, if he doesn't pay, the SACCO is ready to tell us, can you switch off that bike? And we switch it off, such that if his next stop, he's not able to start the bike until he makes a payment. So those are...
Has that happened? Where there's been a default and you switch off the bike remotely?
It has happened only once.
It's only once,
just
okay.
by that we had not received it in the system. So basically it's something that...
He was checking whether you have the technology to switch it off. That was a test. But he confirmed you can switch it off.
Yes.
All
so
right.
From then it's been 100%.
He's complied 100%.
Yes.
Okay.
So basically that's how the model has been working.
Yeah.
And I can say here right now that it has been successful and we are happy to continue launching more bikes into the market.
Yeah, and one of our partners, really we appreciated Vince there, who is the CEO for Kinga. So they're the ones who've deployed the technology. It's actually a 100% digitized process from the point of assessment of the SACCO to application for the bikes, documents being uploaded, to making orders to Rome bike for the order, payment is 100% digitized. There is really hardly any human interaction. And thank you so much, Kinga Dasalok, for being the tech. Because this is it's a twin transition of green and digital transition. So technology is an important part. So just in conclusion, Bona Edward, so in a day, how much money do you make from your bike, on the average?
I make from 2,000 up to 2,500.
2,500 in a day? Wow. And how much do you spend?
I pay for the bike 800.
Yeah.
I mean with the 1,500.
Yeah. Now you make 2,500 and then you spend on charges how much? Charging the batteries? 210. So really, do you spend any other money on the bike besides that? No. Okay, so 2,500 minus 210, do the maths. You know, some of us think we need big salaries, but it's all about how much do you get, how much do you spend, and how much are you left with. Okay, so with that, how has that impacted your family in terms of your wife, your children, education, health, and so forth?
Just to be able to support my family.
Yeah. How many children do you have? 3. And how many wives? 1. Okay. So you've been able to take the children to school? Yes. I need to ask that. Hey, my wife, Josephine, where is Josephine and my wife here? Please come. You and the kids. We are part of this enterprise. We can help launch. Yeah, so that's how much it has impacted the family. Okay? So I think it's a complete, it's a relationship that you've got the collateral, but then also we have an agreement, they have an agreement with the SACCO, and then obviously there's technology to make sure the collateral is back. So this is a trade relationship. Where is our trade? Yeah, so this is, in fact, you come here. Because I want to create trade relationship. So here's the PS's office. So we need to make sure that we are having trade. So this is, you can report to your boss. This is the first, at least you have a trade product. Sweden made, but for the Kenyan market, and therefore we need to be able to, to do more. But also the Sweden, because we've got Madam Ambassador here, we also need to begin having Kenyan products also in the Sweden market. Sindio? That's why you're here. You're not representing Sweden. Eh? Not yet. All right, so thank you, Joe, for coming. And you've got John there. And Nimo, they were supposed to be in school, but we say for the Mutungis, you know, business is first and then school after that. So yeah, but my wife, Josephine, is a teacher. She teaches music at the French school. So she's a music teacher and also teaches English. Okay, so Ian, we're supposed to launch this?
Yes, we're supposed to launch this. So just the trade relationships represented by the government of Kenya.
And actually, before you do that,
yes.
So Stella, so do you need capital to expand finances?
Yes, we do need that.
Yeah.
So we are officially launching a private investment fund where you can, we are offering,
don't worry.
We are offering
opportunities
for investors to invest. So these are collateral-backed investments of tickets starting from $50,000 to all the way to $200,000.
Yeah.
Thank you. So these will be to be able to raise $2 million towards these investments, and that is to launch 1,000 bikes within 2026.
So your target's 1,000 for 2026, but total target is how many bikes to translate from ICE bike to electric?
We are aiming to transition 10,000 bikes from electric, from ICE bikes, that's internal combustion electric bikes, to not electric, internal combustion engine bikes using fuel, to electric bikes. So that's our aim between 2026 to 2030.
And if you do that, the impact on environment, the CEO, the CO2 emission reduction is what? It's about 22 million tons of CO2 emission completely reduced in Nairobi, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, Nairobi, Kenya. So it's amazing on the impact on the environment. Okay, without that, no further ado, Ian, let's do this.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the State Department for Trade representing the government of Kenya, Konza Technopolis for the innovations on this side, and then I will want Edward to drive off the bike. So, eka bike vizuri, so that nipange watu, then we can launch it and have this running. At least tunaeka watu kwa mboka. Watu wanasema mboka.
Mboka.
Mboka inamaanisha kazi, my friend. Tunaeka hawa riders kwa kazi. Enda uzunguke hivi, tutatoka hii side. So just ride the bike, usinigonge hivi tu. Haya. Okay. Just before that, goja. We'll flag it off. Acha eke bike vizuri. So that, hapa mbele tu. Simama hapa. So that you can be flagged off by the State Department, Konza, and the Swedish Embassy, and Jinue. Stella, you need to be with Mike somewhere. And the different partners. SWC is also part of this. So,
Goja. Just wait. Hey. It's too anxious, trigger happy. So let's organize the people first. How do you want us to organize?
We'll have the State Department, and then we'll have Konza.
State
and then
Department?
on that other side, we'll have...
Where do you want State Department to be?
Hapa.
This is the trade.
The trade. Then Konza for innovations. Alongside, then now the Swedish Embassy, and then the partners, Jenny and the rest. And now Mike and Stella representing Gino.
And Jomo Kenyatta, is Jomo Kenyatta here? Because you're going to have a partnership, they will be driving innovations. Anybody for Jomo Kenyatta? Where? Come here from Jomo Kenyatta, please come. Student, and I know Lawrence Daktari Tommy will come in later. Okay. Ian, where do you want me to be?
In between government of Kenya and Sweden and the partners.
All right.
Yes, there.
Okay.
So we'll flag off Edward to continue and Elena Mboka,
Yeah.
Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could all arise, and then in a count of 1, 2, 3, they will flag off. Now sasa sijui mtafanya hivi, hatuna bendera.
They forgot.
Yes.
We can have some pieces of paper. Innovate.
We'll flag Edward, as he goes.
Flagging. Imagine that's the Swedish flag. Just imagine. And you the Kenyan flag.
And we have devolution here, the county. What's the county devolution wanashika watu wa
Konza, you have a flag?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait. So and then as they flag, it's just flagging, eh? So you count.
Flag.
It's a countdown, eh? You'll do countdown.
Countdown. I'll do a countdown. We'll have some lights coming at the background. So in 1, ladies and gentlemen, Jinwe Iboda Support Services. In 1, 2, 3, let's flag off Edward. Okay, I'm guided that we need to have the State Department for Trade give us their commitment for a few minutes, and then we are going to break for tea break, and then we'll come back and try to cover most of the sessions of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, representing the PS State Department of Trade, Madam Regina, we have Mr. Frederick, who's the Deputy Director from the State Department for Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Frederick on stage as he comes to give us this PSS speech and the commitments to the businesses in this hall, and also to the innovators and the young entrepreneurs in universities on the State Department for Trade commitment. So help me welcome Mr. Fred. Let's clap for him as he gives us the speech from the PS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Frederick Wanga, as it has been mentioned. I come from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, particularly the State Department for Trade. And I'm here to represent my Permanent Secretary, Madam Regina Ombam, who is engaged elsewhere with government duties. Now, the address of today is on Kenya's trade opportunities aligned to clean energy and climate change goals. Esteemed guests, fellow delegates, distinguished members of the Sustainable World Coporation Summit, good morning. It is a great honor to stand here before you as we discuss sustainable development and global trade. I want to present a clear, actionable case for Kenya as the premier green investment and trade hub in Africa. The world is at a critical juncture. The imperative to address climate change is no longer a separate policy agenda. It is the new engine of global trade and economic growth. Kenya has not just embraced this reality, we are leading it. Our commitment is clear: to achieve net zero by 2050 and ensure our power grid is 100% renewable, driven by 2060, even as we transition to middle-income economy. This is not merely an environmental goal, it is a national economic strategy that is creating unprecedented trade and investment opportunities. Kenya's clean energy endowment is our most significant trade asset. We are moving from simply consuming clean energy to exporting it in the form of power, products, and expertise. Kenya is a global leader in geothermal energy, currently generating over 950 megawatts, which accounts for approximately 45% of our national power mix. This is a stable baseload and entirely green source of power. The trade opportunities here are in twofold. One, to export expertise. We are exporting our deep drilling and power generation expertise across the continent, particularly within the East African community. Two, green industrialization. Our geothermal fields, particularly in the Rift Valley, are becoming the foundation for special economic zones. We are offering investors direct use geothermal steam, a highly competitive, low cost, and zero carbon energy source to power competitive. This allows us to produce green products with certified low carbon footprint, giving Kenyan exports a significant competitive advantage in global markets, especially those with mechanisms like the AU's carbon border adjustments mechanisms. The green hydrogen and e-fuel frontier, Kenya is actively advancing next generation clean energy trade through the implementation of its green hydrogen strategy roadmap. By leveraging abundant, low-cost renewable energy resources, particularly geothermal, wind, and solar, the country is positioning itself predictable and attractive environment for foreign direct investment. On structured carbon markets, Kenya has strengthened integrity and transparency in carbon trading through the enactment of the Climate Change Regulations 2024. This framework provides legal certainty for investors and supports high-quality carbon projects across sectors such as reforestation and clean cooking. The regulations create a clear trade opportunity for global corporations pursuing net zero commitments by offering a structured, regulated market for credible and verifiable carbon credits, while ensuring tangible climate and community benefits. Now, on the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, under the leadership of His Excellency the President William Ruto, Kenya is leading the African Green Industrialization Initiative, a continental effort to shift from raw material exports to green manufacturing and value addition. The initiative presents clear trade and investment opportunities by inviting global partners to establish manufacturing operations in Kenya for clean cooking solutions, e-mobility components, including electric vehicles, electric bikes, batteries, and charging infrastructure powered by 100% clean grid, and the production of green building materials such as low-carbon cement to serve both domestic demand and Africa's rapidly urbanizing markets. And on call to action and conclusion, Kenya's green transition will require substantial capital, with the Energy Transition and Investment Plan estimating investment needs of approximately USD 600 billion by 2050, presenting a significant opportunity for global investors and global partners. Kenya is not seeking aid, but mutually beneficial partnerships anchored in profitability and sustainability. With strong political leadership, abundant renewable resources, and robust regulatory frameworks, the country offers a compelling platform for planet-positive investment. Stakeholders are therefore invited to engage Kenya as a strategic partner and to advance transformative public-private partnerships in clean energy and climate-aligned trade, turning the climate challenge into one of the defining trade opportunities of the 21st century. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frederick, from the State Department of Trade. Deputy Ambassador, thank you so much. Deputy Ambassador, thank you so much. You are privileged. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, State Department of Trade. Thank you. Let's clap for them as they exit the stage. And our partners, they can, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure having you. So before tea, Wambugu, where are you? If you could come make an announcement, then we go and have tea. and then we'll catch up with the rest of the program as we go on. Ms. Wambugu has an announcement.
Good morning, everybody. So as you're going to have your tea, just a kind request. There is a group of you that made it in here. You had made the commitment to pay for tickets. In the morning commotion, we allowed you in, gave you a tag. It's my humble request that you can please honor that if you know and are aware that you didn't actually make the purchase for your tickets. Please do so at the counter outside there. See Marceline. Where is Marceline? Please raise your hand. Okay, Marceline is back there, or the desk there. They'll assist you. We didn't want to do a lot of commotions. We wanted just everyone in. And now we're about to feed you tea and then lunch. Please come through on your payment amount. After the lunch service, we will try to be more strict on who is coming in here. But I hope you're enjoying yourself. I am happy to be here. I will be
seen it.
Yeah, that's why I think it worked. The timing on 10? Is that fine? Yeah. You want me to shorten it?
No, 10 is fine.
Yeah.
I'll introduce you in a few.
Okay, so let's begin the next session of the day. Industry, academia, co-creation. Okay, so can I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? We'll kick on the program with industry, academia, collaboration. So that's the next session, and we'll be joined by a wonderful guy, a friend I believe we've met. We've been planning to meet on emails, and now he's right here in Nairobi, Kenya, Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan Levinson is the assistant professor in sustainable enterprise, and this is very keen for academia in the house, because we're going to learn best practices. So ladies and gentlemen, we just take time and listen to these interesting conversations that will go on in the next 30 minutes, led by the speaking by Duncan, and then a panel to follow up after that. Because right now we've been looking at enterprises, education, the mismatch in the industry, and we pose a question to ourselves: what can be done, or what do we need to do? So ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. Duncan Levinson, who's the assistant professor in sustainable development at the John Copin International Business School at John Copin University in Sweden. Research and teaching focusing on sustainable and inclusive businesses, creativity, leadership, and enterprise growth in emerging economies. He has a PhD, research focused on accelerators, volunteer coach with New Business Foundations in Sweden, as well as ICF trained leadership coach. In addition to academic career, he has a 7-year experience living in Africa, actually in Mozambique, for 7 years, working in the non-profit sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. Duncan Levinson. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm going to talk for 10 minutes, and then we will have the most important conversation, which will be, we will have a discussion between a bunch of people who know quite a lot about how we should collaborate, what are the difficulties and challenges. Yeah? So that's the most important part. I'm just going to give a very short introduction before we go there. Before I say anything, I want you guys to do some work for me. So the first thing I want to know, I want you to talk to each other at your tables. I want to know which is the animal in Africa which has the smallest ears. The animal in Africa with the smallest ears, you're not allowed to use Google or ChatGPT. Come up with suggestions at your table. The animal with the smallest ears, the animal with the biggest ears. So at your tables, the animal with the smallest ears, the animal with the biggest ears. And now comes the difficult one. Which animal is the most successful hunter in Africa? Okay, so you need to have 3 answers at your table. The animal with the smallest ears, the one with the biggest ears, and the most successful hunter in Africa. So I'm just going to give you 1 minute to come up with an answer at your table. And we will return to these answers towards the end of my presentation, I will show you why they're important questions. Okay? So you're beginning to come up with some answers at your tables. The animal with the smallest ears, the ones with the biggest ears, and the most successful hunter in Africa, apart from humans. Okay, so we need to park that conversation. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Can we just park the animal conversation and we will come back to it in about 5 minutes? Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to visit Kenya. I've never been to Kenya before. I spent 7 years in Mozambique. But in our conversations, I'm already noticing that some of the challenges that we meet at my university, at my business school, they are very similar to the challenges that you are meeting, both in enterprise, but also in universities. How do we create partnerships that create value for both parties? So I work at a Swedish business school. We have an extremely international staff, so we only teach in English. And we are ranked, in the world, we are ranked number 25 for student mobility. In other words, we are number 25 in terms of how much students travel to other countries as part of their studies. So one of our strengths as a business school is that we have very well-developed partnerships for developing entrepreneurship. So not just at the university, because the university is part of an ecosystem. And as you're noticing, SWC is always talking about the importance of ecosystems. So the first few things are pretty obvious. Yeah? We can talk about who are the key actors in the ecosystem. So we can talk about entrepreneurs, we can talk about potential entrepreneurs, that is students. We can talk about teachers or researchers at the university, and we can also talk about enterprise. It's a very simplified map of the actors. And of course, we also have entrepreneurship support organizations. So this is a bit hidden by some of the chairs, but let's go backwards a bit. So this is what I would call a very basic, universal map of a business ecosystem, an entrepreneurship ecosystem. It's not very useful because it doesn't really show the quality of the ecosystem. All it does, it's a bit like baking a cake. These are the ingredients, but the important thing is not the ingredients, but the way you put the ingredients together. Okay? So the key actors, that's not so important. We have the same actors in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Mozambique, in Sweden, in Norway. The actors are the same. The important thing, from my perspective and our experience, is the way the actors interact. So what makes our university, our business school, an effective actor in terms of helping foster entrepreneurship? One of the things we need to remember is that interest in entrepreneurship starts before university. So in our region we have, or actually in all of Sweden, we have a very active youth entrepreneurship scheme, which already in secondary school starts introducing students to the real live challenges of creating an enterprise as part of their final year as secondary school students. So even before university, we have an ecosystem which is trying to push students into considering entrepreneurship as a possible career path. Something which is also important is the close physical proximity. So we have something called a science park, which is probably quite similar to an innovation hub, maybe here in Kenya. But what is important is that it's walking distance. I can be there in 5 minutes. So never underestimate the importance of having support organizations very close to the academic organization. And the reason this is important is because of the mobility of the entrepreneurship support people who are working at the hub. We interact with each other constantly. So if I'm running an entrepreneurship course, I will invite the entrepreneurship support officers into my course. They will find that, okay, if I tell them that you need to start this enterprise, you need to show traction, this is the person you can contact at the science park. So there is constant interaction between us. They come to me, they are speakers on my courses, My students use them, they get support from them, and we have what I call a positive ecosystem. We also really push our students to start enterprises or to at least show traction. Yeah, we realize sometimes you can't start a new enterprise in 6 months, even maybe in 1 year, but we expect you to show traction. So we tell the students what we expect, how we expect them to show some progress as they go through their studies. So at the moment, I'm working with a group of about 23 students. About 4 of those students are from Africa, and we expect them by June to show traction. They have to make concrete physical progress in starting their enterprise. Yeah. So it's a combination. We give them theoretical ideas about entrepreneurship in September, and they start to form an enterprise, reflecting all the time, writing journals, learning journals about what am I doing as I try and find my enterprise. This is probably the most important picture. This is a systems map. It's not about ecosystems for entrepreneurship, it's just a simple systems map. The reason it's important is because it's mapping the interactions. And this is something very important. So if we think about the Swedish ecosystem for entrepreneurship, we have the university, we have entrepreneurship support organizations, which are everything from finance to early stage startup to incubator to accelerator. And we have to map out, do these actors reinforce one another, or do they ignore one another, or are they even in conflict or competition with each other? So this is really what I would say is the most important slide, is that when you think about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, you have to look at the interactions between the different actors and ask yourself, what kind of interactions are we looking at? And this is where we come to the importance, number one, of a shared goal. So it's very important that all the actors are thinking about where are we going together. For me, we are all working towards a thriving community. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're working in a hospital, you're working in the entrepreneurship support organization, you're starting up your own business. Everybody should agree that we are actually trying to contribute to a thriving community. A shared goal is very important. Now I want to talk about metaphors. The very last thing I do before we start our discussion, what are the pictures we have in our minds of the relationship between the university and business, or the university and entrepreneurial support organizations? Which is why I asked you about the animals. Which animal, let's have a suggestion. Which animal has the smallest ears? Give me just one suggestion. A mosquito has very small ears. Yeah, keep coming. Keep coming. More suggestions. A cat. A rat has very small ears. A rat has small ears. A mole. Keep coming. A hippo, yeah? The animal I'm thinking has even smaller ears than a hippo, and keep coming. It lives in a river. It's not a hippo. It has smaller ears than a hippopotamus. A what? Hippopotamus. Not a hippopotamus, no. Crocodile, yeah, that's the animal I'm thinking about. Okay? So the number one metaphor, one possible metaphor for your ecosystem and your partnerships, your relationship, is the crocodile. Yeah? Yeah? Because sometimes as academics or as industry, we don't want to listen. We want to do most of the talking, and we think we know everything. Yeah? This is what I would consider a negative way of partnering in an ecosystem. Yeah? Which animal has the biggest ears? Elephants. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah? So this is also, we need to think about, of these two animals, the elephant and the crocodile, which of them works in a community? The elephant, yeah? So the elephant is a very good metaphor for...
So, yes, I think that is a good setup. So the ladies in the middle, and then, of course, Duncan, you can sit on my right, left. Yes, as we wait for Grace. So as Ian is going to get hold of Grace and get us more microphones, what is before you is a very hot topic in Kenya. I'm sure also it's the same It's also the same in many other countries, and this is the issue of UBL, University Business Linkages. And it has always been a challenge for us in Africa to really get hold of the industry or the industry getting hold of us. Because most oftenly we've been accused of operating alone. The academicians prefer to call it silos. And with that, with the panels here, we are going to explore and see what are the best strategies that we can actually apply so that we can be able to move the linkages between university, industry, and even to government as well, under the triple helix framework. So as I take my seat, maybe you might not see me from the other side, and I just want to say that Duncan has been introduced, I'm sure, and he has spoken from Jönköping University, Sweden, a professor of entrepreneurship. Dr. Esther Mwangi is the Director of Research and Innovation at CITEC University. And then our entrepreneur, Madam Viola Maina, who is the Director of Gooseberry Delight. And when she was presenting, I was tempted to Google what is gooseberry. Then I realized when we were young and growing and taking cows to the bush, we used to get hold of those gooseberries. And we didn't know that at one point, it will be a business opportunity. So to start us off, and I know each and every one of them is going to speak, is the elephant in the room. In as much as Duncan has said the elephant is operating in a community, is that universities and SMEs, we have not really come up strongly, especially in Africa. To be very specific, maybe sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, then I can move here. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the organization. So the issue here that we want to deliberate today and see whether we can come up with, albeit one or two solutions, is how do we move forward and strengthen this collaboration between academia and industry. And so that when you talk about the triple helix, where the industry, the government, and the businesses come together to identify, join, co-creating of solution through problems, real problems that affect our communities and our society, then we want to see, are we really doing it? And if we are not doing it, what are the challenges? And if there are the challenges, what are the probable solutions that we can be able to embrace so that we can be able to thrive sustainability of these ventures, as well as also enabling the universities, not just to be churning out the theoretical-based students, but also students who can apply practically in the work environment. So I want to start with the lady, and this one goes to the academia first, and I will come to you, Dr. Esther. And the question that I want to pose to Esther is, we always take our students for internship, or in Kenya we call it the industrial attachments. And are we getting value from these industrial attachments? Or if we are not getting value, what can be done, borrowing from CITEC University, that can be able to drive sustainability and this relationship between businesses and academia?
Thank you so much, Dr. Atich. And good afternoon, everyone. From CITEC University, as the head of research and innovation, we have built a culture whereby we expose students through attachment and industry visits. And I would say, so far, they do bring value. But again, not as much value as we would want to achieve from it, because we want to see, when we talk of value, it's more of the skills they gain, and we want to look at what are more of the long-term gains can we get from those industry attachment. We are in an era where we are building innovative and entrepreneurial students. And when they go to the industries, we want them not only to learn the skills, the hands-on skill of what they can do, but also what does it take to set up such enterprises? What does it take for them to be in all the departments, from finance, from marketing, regardless of whichever area you are at, so that they have a 360 view of the organizations they work for, and they get to meet even the management teams of those organizations that they go to get attached to, who will inspire them for me to be able to get out of college or get out of university and set up my company. Then I'm able to do 1, 2, 3, or I need to do 1, 2, 3. So that has been an aspect that has been missing. Else, I would say that if I'm an IT student, I get attached in the IT department, I do my daily work, the assignments that I'm given, I get the technical skills in IT, but that's all. So if you can make it, or we look forward to designing a more inclusive framework for attachment that is able to expose students in different aspects of running an organization.
Let me move to the industry, because this is where we put our students to intern or to get experience. And this goes to Viola. Do you get value? I'm sure you must have get 1 or 2 students who come to do internship. Do you see value for your company? Because in Kenya, even in my university, at Mount Kenya University, I would be very dishonest if I would say that these students get the real hands-on experience, because they will always be tossed from reception, they will be tossed to the CEO's office, maybe to do some cleaning, they maybe check some tea and that kind of thing. So even as I said about the 360 approach, do you see these students when they come to your company? Are they adding value? And at the end of the day, can you say you have changed probably their practical experience even when they go back to the university to complete their studies?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Yatich. Okay, I'm happy that the government has introduced a program where they are bringing interns. I come from Eldoret, Wasingishu, so we've signed an MOU currently with RVVTI. It's a college that gives us students, and we normally pick from different departments depending on which areas I need help. I think them coming has really exposed them, because most of the time, prior to that, when I started business, I used to get a lot of students coming in looking for jobs, but they don't have any experience. So when you ask them, what do you want to do? They tell you, just give me anything. But I think now with this program that they've introduced, when they come, they quite know what they want. So it's easy for you to understand them, and also experience. You just need to ask them what they have done, so it's easy to absorb them. So it's made it easy for us to recruit. And for me, it has also helped me to reduce the cost factors for a startup in terms of having help from people who you can communicate, as opposed to most of people who start business, they start with relatives who have no, communication skills, have no knowledge. But when you get a student who already has some basic knowledge, it makes your work easier and reduces a lot of costs and a lot of frustrations. So the other thing that I've noticed with the students is, yes, they come, but I feel like it's too much of theory on their part. When they come, it's just theory. They're not bringing they're not coming in to solve my problems. Myself, as a company, I have a lot of problems that I'm facing. And when they come, I ask them whether they can be able to solve. They have no clue, So I sometimes feel like they need to pick problems from industries, and then when they go back, let it be like a research area for them, so that they can be able to bring back that information, and eventually probably we absorb them to solve that problem. That is one area that I notice with most of the students who come. It's a lot of theory, and on the ground there's totally a lot of different things that happen, and a lot of problems that come out that doesn't even have to have, for you to have that theory in place. So for me, I think generally it's a good program that the government has introduced, and I support it 100%, but I think there's a lot that also needs to be reworked in terms of value to me. You're giving me students, what value am I getting in terms of I'm spending money, I'm spending time coaching them. So what incentive is the government giving us to continue working with these students and to continue empowering the students? Yeah, so I think basically that is it from my part.
I'm still coming back to you, Viola. You have raised the issue of the inability of these students to solve basic problems. And you're providing a way forward in terms of, can it be converted into a research activity for them to solve as part of the academic journey? Now, in Kenya, we have so many students carrying out research, publishing, and even coming up with innovations. And this brings me to the issue of data, about data-driven solutions or decisions driven by data. Do you yourself as an SME appreciate this data? Do you utilize this data? And if not, where is your data coming from that you're using to make your day-to-day decisions? Because we believe that the universities and the training institutions are supposed now to do the research and then avail the data. Then the SMEs consume this data. From now, an SME that is practically running a business in Eldoret, because probably you might be speaking on behalf of the other SMEs, are we using this data to make decisions on our day-to-day business decisions?
Thank you very much. In terms of data, I can say we have no access to that data. I think for me, there's a disconnect between SMEs and the institutions. So we don't know what is happening in the institutions. We don't know what kind of data they are collecting, whether it can be valuable. So I think there ought to be a platform where it's an open source, where I can be able to check what is there and probably be able to get that data and use it in my business. So for me, I end up looking, hiring institutions that are out there that are specialized in collecting data, but they are very, very expensive for startups. So I think going forward, I think there ought to be a collaboration that they collect data for us also, because for me, a lot of work when you're starting business, it's guesswork. I'm telling you, we do very basic research for a start. But if you're starting a business that has never been done before, like where I am, there's a lot of data that needs to be collected. And I think that also has made me struggle a lot to put the business into profitability, because I don't have data that relates to my industry in terms of consumer taste, consumer behavior, in terms of new products in the market, especially my product, the Cape Gooseberry. So I have really struggled. And I think going forward, the data is key. For me, data is key. Even today, I use a lot of data to interpret a lot of things in my business. And collecting that data is also very, very expensive. And we don't even have the know-how. And that's why we are even now trying to look for students who can be able to, do data science, data collections. I think that's also an area that is big. It's a big opportunity for students to start looking at that area, because my data, there's a lot of data that is just lying, that can be resourceful to even other industries or anybody who wants to venture into products that I'm doing. So that in future you don't have to duplicate. You just need to go and collect that data and use it in a more practical way to support the growth of our business.
Thank you so much, Viola. I think, Mike, your bringing us today here together was not in vain, because now we can see where the weaknesses are. And this takes me now to Duncan. And Duncan, yours will be more of a global perspective. Sweden is mostly known, if I may use that word, in terms of utilizing sustainability, especially to drive the SME ecosystem in Sweden. What, let's say, the best measure or strategy that you have practiced or you have witnessed, in as much as you've been in Africa for long, in Sweden, that can be adapted by even us here in Kenya under the triple LX model?
Okay, yeah, that is a challenging question. I think there are two parts. One of them is the example. Actually, they're both examples. So quite often we have a challenge in Sweden where SMEs all by themselves cannot afford innovation. Yeah? So the example I'm using is the casting industry, metal casting, where we have quite a lot of small firms, and they are faced with environmental challenges. You know, they need to know, how can I cast in a new way without producing so much CO2? Are there different types of metal I can use, which would be lighter perhaps, or different ways of casting? So all of these challenges are unsolvable by a single organization, by a single SME. So one step, maybe the missing partner in the room is the industry associations, where groups of small businesses decide that we have a common problem that we need to solve together, and together we can form a group which usually will include an academic person with some specialized knowledge. And this is one example where we have seen a lot of innovation happen in the casting industry because they have created a shared organization where they say these are our common challenges that we need to solve together. So that's one example. And the global perspective. The last slide I had, I don't know if this is a global or an African perspective, but the last slide I had on my presentation was the picture of dinosaurs. And the message I wanted to send was that Africa has the opportunity to reinvent the university. Is that if we are noticing that the university is not connecting effectively with society, which is not very strange because the way we work in universities is basically 200, 300 years old, and we are still teaching in the same way that we did 300 years ago. It would be very strange if we didn't need to develop this institution or change. Send with you guys is, for us as European university, interesting partners. However, if you are trying to transform extremely interesting partners for us, so don't try to become dinosaurs, is maybe one important message, perhaps.
Still on you, Duncan, as well. And earlier on, the ambassador said you have a couple of companies also doing business in Kenya, and there was a challenge thrown to the audience that also we need the Kenyan SMEs to as well also the common under the EU European collaboration framework. But the question here would be, how can Kenya's SMEs, Kenya is known for IT, innovate, working together with academia, and what are the requirements for them, for example, to meet the internet or start business in Europe?
That's a very big question. I was talking with Jenny about this, and we would take your temperature, and if you don't have a fever, it means you're healthy. Whereas we said that when we are looking at entrepreneurship or leadership, we say that to be successful, we need to move beyond average and okay towards excellent. And so I think when we talk about SMEs, if you have a genuine passion and a genuinely prioritize sustainability and you want to become excellent, then it becomes quite simple to fulfill the requirements because your passion is leading the way, and quite often you move beyond the requirements. And a lot of the requirements build on trying to document what you are already doing rather than trying to pretend that you're doing something you're not. But the big question of, how do we, I think that's the whole reason we exist in SWC, is to try and promote and learn how to create these partnerships. I think that's the exciting thing about SWC, is we're actually on a journey, and we have a strategy, but I would call it an emergent strategy because we are learning together and figuring out, oh, this works, test and see what works, and take the next step. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Duncan. I think I'll be going around once again just to get an overview, and this goes to Esther. Esther, Viola talked about the MOUs, and we know that in many of our academic institutions, most of the MOUs are yellowing on the shelves, because once you sign an MOU, you just drop it there. The next time you're remembering that MOU is when you want to renew the MOU. But Viola has given us a living case in terms of an MOU that is driven by her business and the institutions of learning, and then they're able to draw their interns or students from there. Are we experiencing the same in the universities? Are these MOUs giving us value? And I want you to speak from the point of MOUs with this industry or with the private sector.
As I jump into that question, let me give a brief story of our experience with MOUs. And by the end of 2025, we had about 180 MOUs signed. And then towards the end of December and early this month, we decided to evaluate what have we done with these MOUs, what's up, and what's happening. So what we found is that over 70% of the MOUs were not active. And one of the action points we did is that MOUs will no longer be championed by the Industry and Leakages Office, but rather there will be a facilitator, so that I, in the Directorate of Research and Innovation, I know who I want to work with. When we get into an agreement, then we know it's going to be operationalized. The other thing is that we are able to put a monitoring for every MOU. If we said we would do 1, 2, 3, then we are monitoring over the years, over the months. Every quarter we have a report from those who have been identified to implement the MOUs, what is happening. So both parties are accountable to every MOU that is signed. But going back to that, I would say that there are a lot of issues with, I would not call them issues, but a lot of gaps in implementation of the MOUs that we get into. Some of them, we get into some MOU that require a lot of resources to implement, a lot of commitment to implement, and maybe the faculties, the administration of the university is not, have either the time or the resources to activate. And you look at, when I was getting to an MOU, it was what was in it for me. So the other party is what is in it for me. If it's the industry, there is something they want to implement, we expect the university to provide the resources to do that. If it's the university getting into a collaboration with another institution, what is in it for me? I want them to do this for me. And we are looking into a win-win solution whereby before the implementation of any activity in the MOU, the parties sit together to agree on what is there. We also tend to complicate a lot the implementations of the MOUs. There are things that we can jump right into and that make case for things that need more investment. So if the more we are able to jump into such items, whereby you can engage in items that activity that don't need a lot of resources, and they set a baseline for other activities so that both parties can be able now to jointly give in to more activities that need that. With regards to lack of trust, confidentiality issues, again, has really hindered a lot of collaborations to kickstart. Sometimes we get into an MOU that demands so much from one party. If you get into this, then all IPs belong to me. So, you know, those hindrances lead to a lot of mistrust along the way, and that leads to them not being implemented. However, those are challenges that we can overcome. Like I said, developing implementation plans that work for both parties, fundraising for resources that require heavy investment for some of the activities is important so that we can make sure that the MOUs work for both the academia and the industry.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther. As I come to the end of our presentation, then we invite the listeners. This question is burning for me because I think I've seen this in Europe. I don't know whether it exists in Africa, and this question will go to Viola, and then I would wish my colleague Duncan to also weigh in on this question. Duncan, in Europe, you have done so much, especially in terms of living labs. And you can actually, from a real problem, or rather solve a real problem that leads to a real product. do you think as SMEs, because SMEs in Africa, I think also globally are considered to be more robust than the large corporations. They are flexible in some way because they are willing to learn, and also they are open to ideas. So do you think, let's use your case as an example. Do you think Gooseberry Delight, for example, can accept to be used as a living lab, example, case study for students who want maybe to study how to come up with new ideas and innovate? Do you think you can allow that?
Thank you. I think for me, as you said, yeah, it's easy to work with SMEs. Yeah, we're not too much complex in terms of rules and regulations. We want to learn, and we are facing a lot of problems, and that's the reason why we are always open to people coming to help us develop our products, make our products better, so that we can be competitive out there. So if you are willing to come, I'm always open, because the problems that I have, the students that we are engaging with are not able, don't have that experience actually to solve that problem. And it needs more minds and more people coming together to deliberate on an issue and coming up with solutions. A very good example is shelf life, my gooseberries. And I've struggled with it. It cannot go beyond a week, because there's very little research that has been done on underutilized fruits in Kenya. So already that is a barrier for me to even think of bringing it to the European countries or whatever. So it's a nightmare. I've been trying to look around for solutions, and it's hard. Even the students I ask them, they're not even conversant with it. So for me, I think it's long overdue. We need more this kind of collaborations. Come and help us, because you're more advanced even in terms of just simple problems like that. For you, you're already advanced in terms of whatever you're doing. So we are open. I don't feel like it's a challenge for me. I want to grow. It's one of the limiting factors actually that have delayed my growth.
Thank you so much, Viola.
Yes.
I think for the universities that are here, I think now we have already one willing SME that we can be able to utilize for our students, especially to gain the much needed innovation and also practical experience. Maybe Duncan, from a European and from a Nordic perspective, do you think the living lab is something that we can actually amplify even for us in Africa?
I mean, I think perhaps we use the term slightly differently, because in Sweden we use the term living lab to talk about often community development rather than just case study like in the enterprise. I think something which is important, it connects to sustainability, and going back to the common goal of we are trying to thriving communities. And at some point, you know, if an enterprise leader has to think about what is my contribution to my community. And in this, you know, and is it reasonable? Is it taking too much effort? But I think that's one way of, this is one area in which I give back to my community, in which I make sure that there's going to be a long-term thriving community, is by also having a little bit of patience with students who give me 50% headache and 50% value, you know, and seeing it as, well, this is actually part of my contribution to my community. I can sponsor a football team. I can also allow students to come in and learn from my organization. And it's part of my sustainability work, in that I'm trying to create a sustainable community in partnership with the rest of society. And this is one of my pieces of the puzzle, in a sense. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Of course, now this panel would not be complete without feedback from the audience, so I
see
request.
There's one Newton here is having a burning one.
Okay, I can see
Newton
two
and
hands.
Hilda. Yes. Let's have Dr. Hilda and Newton, and then we'll wind up this panel to the next.
Thank you very much. It is exciting and insightful here in all the panels. My question is to the universities, just simply asking, can the universities create a mandatory transitions between the levels diploma, degree, master's, PhD. Why? About 150,000 graduate in East Africa, and in particular for Kenya, 50,000 every year. But 50% of this get opportunity, which is not definitely in their fields of studies. Now, what businesses has somebody created before he or she goes looking for studies for masters? That means our universities should be able to use that as a kind of assessing whether you want to master something. First of all, what have you mastered? You have the degree and you have not created a business and you are applying for something. What are you going to master? I know this should start before university because we have families and the basic education. Now, secondly, we have someone who is studying agriculture and still they want to advance their studies. The same question applies. Do you have a farm? What have you used the knowledge you got? Again, getting to the universities, who are you employing? You're employing masters of theories for agriculture. Why can't we use those who have created farms? Today with technology, can't we use one lecture for 1,000 students or 10 universities? Which is relevant than getting a theoretical education over and over. So mine is that let's rethink, and we rethink now, and all of us. Otherwise, it is the universities that are letting us down and letting Africa down without innovating, because it's all theoretical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a target for universities there. A lot of questions coming up, but allow me to limit this kindly. There's already one. So Daktari, then one from Strathmore, and then I'll give you to wind up as you answer them.
Thank you. I feel the SMEs. She has mentioned a challenge that we give them students, and the student is not able to solve the problem. And my question would be, as we plan for internships and partnership with universities, who is ensuring that the student is able to deliver on the assignments? I've had an experience whereby if I get interns in my field of specialization, they benefit a lot because I'm able to help them resolve the issue. But when I get interns who are not in my field of specialization as an owner of a company, then we are stranded with this student. So I'm looking at who is backstopping the student to see that they are not just coming to sit at the company, but they are able to resolve the issue.
Thank you, Daktari. The last one here from Strathmore University.
Good afternoon. Can I be seen? Yeah, so my question is for the panelists from Sweden. And I had the privilege of being at KTH last year for half a year. So that's KTH Royal Institute. And I noticed that they had something called the KTH Innovation, where they have an innovation hub where you have multiple, like 400 teams every single year coming and developing businesses and things of the sort. And I was wondering, would that be something that Kenya could copy, not being dinosaurs, but something that we could copy in such a way that the only requirement is you have one student from that university. And you can start up a business and the universities help you fund and they get partnerships and things of the sort. Would that be something we should look forward to doing in such a way that, let's say, for example, Strathmore University sets up an innovation hub and we work with partners from MKU, and all the other universities that could work with us and set up something like that to help our students be more entrepreneurial or innovative, and it would also foster more research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to the panelists.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't get the name from Strathmore.
Yeah, my name is Paul Kweyu. I'm a faculty member on behalf of Dr. Ngaruya.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So I think we can start from that going backwards. Let's start with that question, Duncan.
Yeah, so that is absolutely one of the models that's very useful to import. I think, I mean, I don't know the Kenyan academic system well enough, but it really goes together with almost any any kind of career-oriented study that, the sooner you can practice, the better. And I think quite often the challenge for universities is to create progression, where you actually, in your first year, you immediately begin to engage with practitioners, but you do it at a basic level, and then as you go through your degree or whatever, that you actually go deeper and deeper, become more proficient. One of the best examples I've seen is actually Los Andes University in Colombia, where they have an extremely, I would say, almost a tough preparation for the internship or for the collaboration with business, where they actually dedicate quite a lot of time just to learning how to work as a consultant with a company, what kind of behavior is expected from you, how do you help the business define their problem, all kinds of skills. It takes a lot more effort than I think teachers sometimes understand. I think also it's also related to the budget issue, is that I suspect a lot of teachers have quite small teaching budgets to be able to provide that level of and depth of engagement with enterprise. I don't know if that was, it's a start, but I completely agree with you. That's one model which is very, very exciting. You talked about a single student. I hope you were talking about teams. Yeah, it looked like you're nodding. Good. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Duncan, and thank you, Paul, for also exposing us to that model. So in going in reverse as well, there's the question asked by Dr. Ilda on students not solving the problems during their internships. And maybe we can get it from Viola. And the question that I think was posed by Ilda was, who is supposed to help this student? And of course, Daktari, also you alluded to the issue of mismatch in terms of, if I'm given a student who is in finance and you're in marketing, are you able to support that student? Maybe Ilda.
Okay, I think it's a two-way thing, yeah? Because what is happening is in the universities, you have different departments with different expertise. Some colleges are known for certain specific courses and specific areas of study. So what needs to be done is that we ought to have an open platform where I'm able to see at least a profile about that student and their capabilities. So that in any case, I would rather pick someone who is already advanced to come and help me rather than just you giving me a student who's just coming to do the same work that I'm doing every day. Yes, I'm empowering them, but I think in the end, there ought to be some specialized person who is coming also to help us solve problems. As businesses in Kenya, we have a lot of problems that need to be solved, but all students who graduate, they just want to work rather than solve problems. So I think also we need to relook at the courses, or rather introduce courses that can help these very people who are coming to the industries to have a mindset of coming back to solve problems. For me, I have a very big problem with waste. And to date, I've not even gotten anyone who is keen to coming to actually look at how do we turn that waste into wealth. So we need to have an open source platform where we can be able to look for those expertise, look for them, identify them, and then they come and solve those problems so that we're able to move and grow as a company. Yeah.
Hilda, I think that's a challenge for us as universities to have an open platform so that they can choose rather than us deciding. Of course, again, we can leverage the MOUs, but I think listening to Viola all along, the issue of open source, where the SMEs can be able to check. Can I get this student from JCOD? Can I get this student from University of Nairobi, from ZTech? And they can be able to see the profile and pick the best interns. I think that is also an avenue. Lastly, we go to Esther. And Esther, there was the question, I didn't get the name of the person asking the question, but it was about the universities. And I noted down what he said about why should a student master what they are not practicing? And how can we work on that as maybe, I don't know whether it's as part of an admission policy or a criteria for them to be enrolled for a postgraduate?
I would start by saying that every country has rules and regulations that govern their education system. Ours in the country is that you can enter at artisan level, at certificate level, at diploma, at degree, and you can progress, no limit. But again, every institution and every program has its entry criteria, and it's up to those implementing or offering those programs to set limits that offer or that give benefits to those who come into the program to be able to implement or to impact the society the best way possible. At the beginning, postgraduate programs from masters to postdoctorate were meant for researchers. But they also aspect of those in the industry can also master in their areas. So there's no limitation we can put to that, but again, it's a challenge that we can pose to the regulators to ensure that at every progression level, there are clear requirements that are and expectations that are well articulated. Allow me just to jump into the industry attachment and internship. In my experience, it always works best when maybe I get an organization that tells me I need an intern who can do 1, 2. A lot of success stories. But there's also that aspect of like, I finished my diploma, I need to go for attachment before I graduate. So those are the people you'll find being placed in most organizations. And that means the organization did set the expectations to those who they are attaching, and the institution did not also set their expectations for those who are going for attachment. But with a clear attachment and internship framework, we can be sure that she needs a food processor, then she gets a food. If she needs someone who can deal with preservation, instead of I giving her a business management person, she's able to get the person who can help with the challenges they are. And if such well-mapped stakeholder engagement exists, then we will be sure we will eliminate some of these challenges.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of our panel of eminent persons from the industry and academia. Let's give them an applause.
Let's give them a round of applause. If kindly
Thank
you
you.
could stand for a group photo as you exit the stage. Photographer, kindly a group photo for the industry and academia collaboration team. You could just stand here in front and then you take a group photo. Yes, there. Just, yeah, there. Okay, finally you can guide them as they take a group photo. Upcoming next, just before we go for lunch, we'll have one last panel on finance, on finance, on finance. Tell your neighbor, money, 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 money. As SMEs, where do they get the money? Finance. So I brought this before lunch, Msilale. You know about money, everyone must concentrate. Eh? So it needs, thank you, Industry Academia. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them as they sit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Duncan. Good job and good, wonderful presentation. So we'll go to finance. And to start us off in finance, I'll start with my bank or our bank. Eh? The bank that says go for it. Which bank is that? Which bank is that? NCBA Bank. We are joined by a team from NCBA Bank. I'm led by the head of SME Banking, Susan Dungu. If you could kindly be coming on stage. Susan Dungu is a dynamic and result-driven banking executive with over 15 years experience in financial services, specializing in SME banking and business development and strategic growth. As head of SME banking at NCBA Kenya, she leads nationwide strategies to empower SMEs, overseeing 100 branches and 83 relationship manager. This is a wonderful and powerful lady. People in Kenya, 100 branches a bank. And najua NCBA si kama Equity za laini, tuvitu tuzuri, you know. Even in Kenya, you can understand what I'm talking about. Eh? So Susan heads the SME banking. She'll introduce this particular panel. She is going to give us, tell us what they do. And then I'll kindly request the panelists as Susan speaks to be coming on stage, led by our very own moderator for this session after you've spoken. We'll have the CEO for ASEC, Mercy Kimalat. Let's clap for her as she takes stage. We'll have Mr. Wanjao Gumba, kindly Dumba, sorry, come on stage. Nisel from Sweden, SWC, and one example of an SME by the name Mary. So after Susan is done, the panelists will come. But let's hear what Susan has for SMEs in NCBA. Welcome, Susan. Let's clap for her as she takes stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ian, right? Ian, I think I'll hire him for influencer. Is it influencer? We call it influencers nowadays. He should be able to influence anything and can, in my local, we say can sell a rat to you and you will buy. But anywho, my name is Susan Dungu. As you've been told, I'm head of SME. And I'll start by recognizing the distinguished guests. That is the SWC, the academia, all the students. I saw the high schoolers, I saw university students, the SME exhibitors. You're at my heart, especially because you are the backbone of our economy. And then the business leaders who are in the room, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, so it's my honor it's my honor today to be here. I'm very honored. I am invited guest by our corporate department. NCBA is a big bank, and that's where we say go for it. So we have segmented our business in many segments so that we can serve the whole community as a whole. So the large organizations, probably at the front here, are served under our corporate department. And they are able to be given the services that are well deserved for them. But the same person cannot be able to serve a student, cannot be able to serve a small SME. So we segment our business in that order so that you get the best services. So I had the SME, where we say it's small, medium, micro enterprises. And even there, we still segment because we know that a small business and the one that is growing and the one that is on maturity behave differently and require different services. So this forum is very good for us. I'm very excited to see academia actually coming into play. For the longest time, most SMEs go into business because they probably didn't get a formal job. Why? Maybe they failed in school. Why? Maybe they couldn't even advance to high education because they lacked school fees. So for a long time, the SME has been marred with the people we say got D's, C's, or whatever. But over time, I'm very glad that most of the SMEs now coming up are well educated, they know what they need to do, and I'm glad that whatever is coming from the floor is still asking the university now to shape those students into entrepreneurship. When I was in school, every course used to have a finance class, but unless the finance class that took it seriously, the rest of the courses, the finance class used to be not so welcome. But we have seen that it has affected doctors who are now doing business. We've seen engineers who are very good in civil engineering, but they can't balance their books. We have seen them being given a set of audited books, but they can't read. The accountants are doing the lead, and you know what Kenyans do especially. The accountants will read if you are reading well, if you're well, if you're well conversant with their books, and after some time they start eating you from below. Who has heard of such stories? There are many. There are many. But it is good to have basic education just to run the business. So at NCBA, what do? Mainly we do finance SMEs, because the number one challenge, although Viola did not speak about it as the number one challenge when we speak to SMEs is financing. Every other business you go to, they say, if I had money, I would do this and this. If I had money, then I would have expanded. If I had money, stories are endless. So our number one service is financing. And we do that very well at NCBA. We come to your business, learn your cash flows, and know the gaps that you have so that we can give you the correct financial products to finance your business. Some of them, I will speak about them in the panel, but some of them, and mostly, it is working capital. So you have the business idea, but you do not have money to actually take it on. You need to import, but you do not have money to pay the supplier. The supplier requires a down payment and will not release the goods until they are paid. So most of the times we will give you that money to do the importation or do the purchase, or we come in between you and your supplier. We promise on your behalf and say that if you release goods to this guy, we shall pay you upon 1, 2, 3 things. So that, number one, they are able to release to them quality goods, and number two, they are also able to give them credit period. By the time we probably pay that money, you have received the goods, you have already sold, or you have done the job that you needed to do. We call them letters of credit. Some of the other trade interventions we do is when you have tenders. And I know there's government in the room. Sometimes all the government contracts, you require a bid bond, you require a performance bond, and that the SME cannot provide. So we give you bid bonds as an SME, we give you performance bond, and we charge you a small fee. I'll say small because it's small. The bid bond mainly is to promise the government that this guy here, this entrepreneur will meet your tender requirements. The performance bond, we promise on your behalf that you're going to ensure the job is well done. So remember, we are promising on your behalf, and we don't know. We are just trusting that you're going to do the job. So what do we do when we do that? We ask for security. And the next challenge that SMEs will tell you they have is that they lack collateral. So they lack that security. When I ask for land, some of them do not have. Some of them do not have enough, because the business is growing, but their security is also not growing. Women especially, they will not have securities. Most of the land is registered in the name of the husband, blah, blah, blah. Stories are many. So we try and bridge that gap, not by refusing security because we need it, but trying to supplement with many interventions that we have. One of them is a partnership we have with AGF. AGF is Africa Guarantee Fund. Africa Guarantee Fund guarantees 50% of the exposure, and then the SME provides 50%. Mostly the SME will have probably a vehicle, the one they use to ferry things, or they will have a piece of land, they will have some cash they had saved, and then the other 50%, they're given a guarantee. The same Africa Guarantee Fund has given us, for women specifically, where it is lower. They guarantee 75%, and the SME provides 25%. Why we ask for security, I like to explain mostly, is because you are in the business, we are not in the business, and we want you to also be more responsible with your credit. Again, our regulator, the CBK, is very keen on such matters, so to speak, in terms of collateral. Because if it's unsecured, then we also provide. We can't give you money and provide the full amount of money on the side. So one of the things I will ask here for SWC, one of the partnerships we can have is de-risking such SMEs. We have the money, but we need to de-risk SMEs so that we can reach out to much more people. Now, at NCBA, I would like to mention that we do not discriminate on any kind of business as long as it's legal and as long as it is making money. So one of the things that you'll find that you cannot be able to get credit or qualify usually is the rating, the credit rating, and maybe we'll speak about it in the panel. You must learn as an SME to repay even your suppliers in time. When we see you're not a good payer, even your family members don't give you money, isn't it? Yes. I don't want to speak much. I could speak here so much, but I can see I'm standing in between you and lunch. Apart from financing, we also do capacity building. And we've realized that we can give you a lot of money all the time, but how come even the businesses that we pump money, we see them going down? Why? Because there are a lot of non-financial issues that, or needs that you have in the business. Number one is capacity building. As I did say, people approach entrepreneurship with the business idea. They have the business idea, and as an owner, you know you're very good in marketing, so you go marketing, but you leave out the human resource. You leave out the financial bit. So we do capacity building, and we've partnered with Strathmore University and Kabarak University. We are reaching out to, we do actually create we co-create a curriculum where we know that it's going to benefit the entrepreneur. The one for Strathmore goes for 16 weeks, and within that time, you're able to get the skills that will propel your business to higher heights, will increase your credit worthiness, and will consider you much more as we review you. So we have that partnership with Strathmore. We have closed one last year with Kabarak. We are talking to Embu University. We are talking to Mount Kenya University, I think, and all other universities are welcome to do that so that entrepreneurs can have more education. So apart from that, in the non-financial services, we know the other challenge for SMEs is exposure to markets. If you look at typical entrepreneurs, they concentrate so much on their business on a day-to-day from January to December. If you know of your shopkeeper in your village, they stay at the shop every day, they're just receiving goods and selling, and they don't have time for networking. That's one. Number two, they don't know what the other competitor is doing. They're just doing their business. So we try and demystify networking for SMEs. We expose them to local markets, expose them to suppliers, and put them together, sometimes in a boot camp, sometimes in an exhibition, and our highlight mostly, we take them abroad to see other businesses and other markets and how they do it. Last year we went to China, the other year we went to Turkey. We've gone to many other markets and exposed them to access markets. On sustainability, we are looking at having renewable energy and supporting women. That's sustainable. The SMEs We have partnered with quite a number of organizations that can support that. So you're all welcome at NCBA to look at that. We also partner with other organizations. I was just speaking to somebody who says that we can partner and see what is it that they can bring on board digitally, what is it that Kenya Association of Manufacturers can bring on board, and we support the Kenyans to go into manufacturing, so on and so forth. And as I said, I'm standing between you and lunch. I can see Ian here. Welcome to NCBA, the bank that says,
go for it. Thank you. Let's clap for Susan. Sasa, you guys, I am standing in between my loan and not being approved by chasing away head of SME banking. So I hope my loan will be approved at NCBA because I'm their customer. But anyway, Mercy will be leading this this panel. I know Mercy is quite good with them. There's a lot of food, guys. So we'll go for lunch anyway. So please, today you are coming for the summit. Sindio? So we'll adjust a bit. So we'll bring the finance panel in front, led by Mercy as the moderator. Mercy is an excellent lady and a friend to our organization. Mercy Kimalat, the CEO for Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya. Kindly, Mercy, if you take stage. We have Nils from SWC Sweden. Kindly, you can take stage. Mr. Wanjao, Now Ventures, you can take stage. And Mary Wambua, who will be representing other MSMEs. Let's clap for Mary from Victoria Travel. So we'll have this panel right here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much again. A round of applause for our panelists. I thought you want money. Dollars. Euro. Okay. Yes, so my name is Mercy Kimalat. I'll be the one moderating the session, and we'll try and make it short, sweet, and to the point. As they say, if you're doing accounting, you focus on the numbers, right? So I want to put the numbers to the story and even hear different perspectives. So, but before we begin, I'd like to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, your name, the country you're coming from, if you're based in Kenya, the county you're coming from and representing, and also a bit about your business and one challenge that you face with, whether it's deploying capital or looking for capital.
Yeah, I don't know what I say. Good afternoon, I suppose, at this time. I'm Nils. And I'm from Sweden. I'm part of the SWC team from Sweden. I've also been into development collaboration for a long time, and also working with my brother here, Wan Zhao. I think well, that's enough for now, right? What a challenge. I think I've been working with raising funds towards Africa, and of course, in loans that should be going back to Sweden. It's been quite easy to raise the money because of the vision, but of course, with businesses, especially in some countries, at certain times, there are big challenges, and adding to the general challenges businesses would have. So retrieving that money.
Small enterprises, and thereafter grown into getting involved with making capital available for growing companies, the small and medium enterprise space. And it's amazing that getting good companies to invest in is not always in, or getting companies that are ready to get capital is always easy. And I must say that because I belong to various networks in that space, there's always more money than on the supply side that companies can take, or companies are ready to connect and be able to access it. So that's the challenge. I know many fund managers that work very hard to try and push their money to the customers, and it's not always easy. I'm very sure even the banks have targets of what they need to loan.
Hi everyone, my name is Mary Wambua, CEO and founder of Victorian Travel Solutions Limited, where we deal with air ticketing, both local and international. We deal with holiday packages, and we also deal with visa processing all over the world, and also car hire. One of the main challenge which we face as SMEs, you find like you have the ability, you have all what it takes. You have even gone to an extra mile to even study masters in your field of work. You have the ability, but when it comes to, like, you get big companies who wants your services, like air ticketing and everything. So they want tickets in bulk, but you don't have that capacity. You don't have that funds. So sometimes you even just let it go and deal with what you can. Like you can get, who owns like tickets worth 5 million? Where are you getting that money from? Then they tell you they're going to pay you after 3 months. So despite the fact that you are able and you know that you have all what it takes, you just sometimes let it go. Another thing is competition. Competition doing the same thing, and most of them have very good marketing skills out here. But now when it comes to implementation, it becomes an issue. So you find a travel agent goes, markets him or herself, and then when you're given that job, you fail that customer. So now it becomes like travel agent that, so that is another challenge we face.
For me, I already listed the number of challenges, but I'll add one. You've heard the SME says number one is finance. So my word is validated. So the other challenge I have seen with SMEs is on human resource, keeping the right skills as we go to the market and get the best. But for an SME, we'll always reach out to the ones who they can be able to afford, yet they may not get the right or complete output. So that's another challenge.
Thank you so much, and happy to have you on the panel. So with the different challenges, there's always an opportunity that comes up. And the question to, I think, all of you is, what role, or before that one, what is the biggest mindset that SMEs actually need? Because we have different type of SMEs in the crowd. We have those who are still ideating from university. We have those who are in the early stage, that those who actually have established their market and have a good revenue coming in every month. But the question is, what is the single biggest mindset shift that SMEs need to make to successfully secure financing? And I know, Mary, you had talked about the challenges, but you're still here and you're thriving, and I can see you're also one of the partners for the conference here with us. Like, what's the biggest single mindset shift? And also looking at the implementation of that mindset into their own business, just from your own experience and expertise that we can share with the crowd.
Okay, one of the biggest mindset I can say is when I started this company, I was just straight from campus, and that was 2016. And I can say I've learned a lot for those 10 years. Number one, love what you do. Have passion of what you do. Because if you don't have passion of your, who do you expect to have passion for your business? That is number one. Number two, have a mentor. There are people who have done it before you, and they have done it better and better. And I can tell you, people out here are really looking forward to serious SMEs to mentor. Be that person. Create relationships. That's another one. Because you find, like, for example, when you go to a conference like this, you remain cold. No. Look for people, network. Let them know what you are doing. Let them see the passion in you. And also show interest in them. Please make sure you know what they are doing. And through that, people are going to give you business. And again, creating online presence. That's another one. They say that brand is what people say what you're not, when you're not there. How do you promote your brand? Do people know what you're doing? Do you make noise out here on social media and everything? And I can tell you that there are people who are looking for your services and desperately looking for them online. And when they get you, they'll call you. And again, what are your reviews? It's not all about marketing, but there is something called good services. Because sometimes services market for themselves. And I can tell you the best way to market yourselves is through referrals. If you give one client very good services, and I'm telling you that client will not keep quiet. If they see their friends who want such services, they will definitely refer. And that friend will trust their friend who has referred more than when you market yourself. So good services matter a lot. Delivery on time, and don't overmarket yourself. If you know that you're not capable of doing something, it's even better you look for someone who does that, rather than saying you can do it, and then when you go to the ground to do it, you can't. You end up disappointing that client. And again, like as travel agents, we know our business is very critical. And we deal with business people, big business people who work with time. And maybe they want to go outside the country at this time, maybe 8 a.m. or something. Don't just sell the ticket and sit down. Be there for that client. In case of flight delay, make sure you inform that client on time. In case the client goes and they want to change the ticket, let them not look for you for hours. Be there for that client. Be on ground. Have a 24/7 line. So because you know some flights depart at night, and then there are nobody to help them. Be there. And I'm telling you, of course, another one is having a good heart. This is a service industry. This is a hospitality industry. Be an approachable person. And I can tell you through that, you're going to thrive. That is what I'm aiming at. Thank you.
Mind shifts. What I can talk about in terms of change of mindset, that's what you asked. Mindset for SMEs. Even if we call you small and micro, do not keep your mind into being small and micro. If a big organization does strategy, do strategy too. Do a business plan, follow through. It might not be in the billions, but in the shillings or in the thousands and millions that you're working on. Have a strategy, do business plans, and make sure that you bank or keep records of your money. So there are people who say that You can bank in many banks and you'll still be fine. For us as a bank, if you bank with us in full, we are able to understand you better. We are able to see how your cash flows are going. And when you come and state your problem, we are easily going to support. So be consistent in your financial management, and you will be able to get through, business. The other thing is compliance. I've seen SMEs, not all, who do not want to pay tax, who do not want to be compliant with the government, and it will only take a matter of days. It will catch up with you. So as you start your business, get the right licenses, get the right path, and comply with the authorities so that it's not when you have earned so much money, then KRA comes and will come and give you an agency notice. All your efforts will one day just go into waste. So be compliant, follow business plans, and maintain strategies.
I think I will just add to the whole idea of know your numbers. Most people to consider funding you or investing in your enterprise. Master and know your numbers. Keep your numbers and know them in your fingertips, because bulk of the time, most investors are looking, or most funding people are looking, will be looking at your numbers. And I think if you have good records, just grow in the discipline of having good records. I know most people fear, having comprehensive records, but I think the more comprehensive your books look, the easier it is for a person considering funding you to actually engage with you in a more meaningful way. But if they feel like when they start looking at your records, you say, no, it's actually profitable. It's only, I have other books, behind. I think if you, then people start thinking, what other things do you have that they are not aware of? So be professional is what we are just saying, and get help. Get help from people who can package your information in such a way that you become more marketable.
Yeah, I can also emphasize that, know your numbers, very important. The other thing is, when you start, don't rush, be decisive, but don't rush. Rather start small and do the business at a low scale, even if it's not very profitable. Rather get to learn, know the business, and then increase it. It's better you keep down your profits, but make sure to have them rather than having high profits.
Thank you for that. That's actually a masterclass. And I can tell you, way back in the day, I used to be an entrepreneur, and we never had such forums. So I really hope all the entrepreneurs and the upcoming ones are really taking notes from all these great nuggets of wisdom. So I want to switch the gear. I wanted to see if there are any questions in the crowd. I can see we have one. Is there another one? Okay, so we can. Oh, and there's one at the front. So we can do, let's do the three and then continue the conversation, yeah.
Okay, let's start with Jenny, because you are close then.
Thank you. I have a question for the bank or for loan givers. What are the requirements in terms of income and cost sheets and balance, do they have to be audited, or what is the level of credibility that needs to be created?
Okay, take the questions first.
I'll be very quick, and maybe I might sound a little bit out of tune, but I wanted to pose this question because the people who are in front of us are basically industry individual partners. Now, I would wish to ask this. Now, we of course understand that entrepreneurship basically is the backbone of a given economy. Ideally, it is something that we look at it as an important feature that drives the economy of a given nation. But ideally, when we look at entrepreneurship, I look at entrepreneurship in form of data. Yes, we will argue out that we have a lot of information. We have a lot of data sets that are available for the purposes of entrepreneurship development. But the question is this. Before I ask the question, I would want to say this, that we would realize in terms of acquisition of entrepreneurship data, I think we have a problem. What is the problem? Most data that are available, I would refer as static in quotes. In other words, we cannot be able to get entrepreneurship information or data as possible so that we can be able to make decisions faster. Now, when you look at a government setting, government relies on entrepreneurship data to basically make decisions. Partners rely on entrepreneurship data to make decisions. Now, is there a possibility that we can make the generation, the acquisition of this data as systems? Can we do more than that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Etiang, very passionate. Please keep it to 1 minute, one question, so that we can do this.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling Dennis Etiang, Chairman Eminent SACCO. My question goes direct to NCB Bank. Do you have a plan to partner with SACCO? As SACCO, we need to partner with the bank, but our regulations are come from cooperative society, and so I don't know how you can come in and help us to mobilize resources so we can help our members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so I think we have 2 questions for you. I think, Mary, one thing maybe on the data question, how are you as an SME keeping your data? No, you can still answer. I'm just enhancing on the data part, so you'll answer the one for the SMEs. For Victoria, for Mary, sorry, if you can share about like how you as an SME, you're also managing your own data and how you're even sharing it with the other financiers to make sure that they are informed of your needs and how they can tailor your offering. And I think Wambua and Neil, maybe something on ESG. How do we look at environmental, social governance? Can that be also a competitive advantage an SME can leverage to attract more financing from both the investor and also banks? Because I know like now banks are heavily investing in the ESG pillar. And as if you're reading the newspaper, you're seeing they're doing a lot of ESG reporting. So how can SMEs really leverage on the ESG pillar as well, but also feel
financials? As I did say that most SMEs, we know they don't keep proper records. The auditor is an expense as cash. So we follow the cash. And that's why I said bank with us, or make sure you bank all the money so that I will see the amount of money that you've been making for me to make a decision of your ability. So at NCBA, anything up to 35 million Kenya shillings, we ask for bank statements only. That will give me a guide. And that is about 270,000 USD. which covers most of the small SMEs. Anything above that, I would expect you have grown into going to buy a plot, that you're going to buy a machine. You're not just going for a holiday, a machine. You're not just going for a holiday. There are those many things that we just need some truthful, the truthful data so that we can make a good decision. And yes, cash is king. That is what makes your decision. That's what pays your payroll. That's what buys your goods. For SACCOs, we are happily partnering with you. We would love to look at your proposition. Definitely we shall appraise, or rather we shall review the SACCO itself. What is the governance in it? We do not also want to invest into a SACCO that has wrangles. You know how SACCOs, some of them have been managed. But if you can prove that the SACCO is well managed and our money is safe, and it will in the end benefit those members of that SACCO, we are good to work with you, both digitally, manually, all that, and happy to engage with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. One of the ways us as SMEs keep our money records, number one, you find hiring an accountant to pay them monthly is a bit a challenge to us. So we outsource accountants. Make sure that they keep our records well. The money in, money out, and the expenses. Like when we sell like tickets, and the clients who wants maybe to get, they want to pay maybe next week, something like that, we put those records very well so that at the end of the month, the accountant will come and balance everything and see whether you're making profit or loss. That is number one. Number two, like personally like me, sometimes you find you have many expenses, and yes, you're making profit, but you have many expenses, and most of the expenses have come to realize that it is helping communities out here, because it is not all about you every time. It's not about you making profit and benefiting yourself. That's a traditional way of business. We've come to realize that when you incorporate social entrepreneurship and operate it as an hybrid with a traditional business, it works well. It becomes an expense, yes, but it really helps us when it comes to credibility. Like training all those people who come from universities and colleges who have done travel and tourism. We train them and give them IATA certificates for free, so that when they go there, if we are not able to employ all of them, at least they are able to get jobs out there. It's an expense, and we always keep it in record. Thank you.
I think the companies that attract funding most of the time needs to have a motive in their business strategy that is more than just making money. So the whole issue of social impact, the whole issue of environmental concern, what is really driving you as entrepreneur? Are you having a bigger cause than just making a profit? And I think, when you are positioning yourself for credit, I think it's always good to think, what is my motivation on being in this business? What impact is it having on my customers, on the environment? What impact am I having in the society? And I think the companies that have a bigger cause than just profit becomes a little bit more attractive even for funding. And I think that's why each small and medium enterprise does need to also develop a CSR or a bottom line that they are pursuing on the impact that they want to have in the society in which it is operating. I think that's one area. And one of those things is the environment. Are you doing good? Are you a blessing to the nations and to your customers? Are you exploiting children, for example, and women? And so the companies that have a bigger cost than just financial return tends to be much more attractive and even tend to get a bit of discount in the credits that in terms of the pricing of the money that they may get.
Well, I think the question you were raising also was about how to manage data on the environmental, social, and governance aspects. And I think the one that has more expertise on that in the room is Jenny, when it comes to what is done and regulated within Europe. But there are some regulations that are being implemented in Europe now for SMEs, starting from a quite small level, although there's some resistance on taking it a bit slower than anticipated. But the banks definitely have an interest also in that if it comes to Europe. I don't know about here. Could be interesting also to hear from Kenyan bank setting for this context. But I can also emphasize what Wanja was saying about bringing out what value you are adding. And Jenny started off DoNut with nine different planetary boundaries, and also the social foundation that needs to be addressed. And to emphasize in the statement, like a storytelling about your business, is a way to make it clear for yourself what are your responsibilities, and also to your stakeholders. And you can start to measure that what is important when it comes to how you involve your communities, what did you bring to it, how you take environmental considerations. And yeah, I think there's a lot you can do by just being more aware and systematic about it. Sorry. Well, I don't have a very good example of where it comes to numbers, etc. But I can just tell about the business that I'm involved with. It's also been mentioned here at some point. It's called SpaceApad. It comes out of research at the university where I work in Sweden, Borås University. It's a sanitary pad that is made with modern technology. It's a technology-advanced, reusable sanitary pad that comes out of the solving a problem that is known for many, that many women and girls do not have access to adequate sanitary protection. And so that has fueled the development. And then having access to that expertise within the University of Borås, which is one of the leading globally in textile technology and fashion. So coming up with such an innovation and building the company that we are now developing will rely very much on the storytelling about this, that emphasizing that also a way to bring, let's say, financing towards communities by buying one, giving one. So you could buy, for instance, in Europe or in the middle class setting in Africa, one, and you say you buy two, you receive one, and it would benefit the community. We are working, for instance, with the team in Congo about this. And of course, we need to also report on this and who are we reaching when it comes to the social aspects and what environmental gains are there. And there are, of course, also economic gains.
Thank you for that. So, is there one burning question? Just one. Okay, I've seen one hand. That's the last one, Ian. Okay, I guess we have two. There's one there and one at the pillar.
Thank you. I want to know how you arrive to solve the problem about no reimbursement of the borrow, the processes.
Sorry, just repeat that. How to solve?
How you arrive to solve the problem. Des non-remboursements. Je ne sais pas.
Any French speakers?
Comment vous réglez les problèmes des non-remboursements des gens qui ont pris les crédits auprès de vous?
At least the block madam.
Les processus de règlement des non-remboursements, oui. Merci.
Oh, et processus,
He wants to know how you solve problems of people who cannot reimburse the money they borrow. I think that's for the banks.
Watu ambao walipi deni in short, watafanyiwa nini? Oh, the guy there. Oh, only him, the last one, eh? And then we close. This guy is from Tanzania, so who you see was Jomapel, eh? Peniki.
Good afternoon. On behalf of students, how do you help as a student when we want to venture to sustainable or starting a company? Because we don't have collateral, we don't have anything when we are finishing universities. And we have the idea starting a certain business. And we come to bank or we come to you guys with experience of finding fund, and I have the idea at the table. What can you help us so that we have the confidence of applying what we studied to universities? And that is a challenge that we are facing as students. Can you agree with me?
Students are broke. Huh?
I was happy that question had not come up. But, but now that it has come up, I will leave it to other investors because the banks do not necessarily finance startups. Let me talk about NCBA. We do not finance startups unless you already have another business. So we look at what is your ability to manage a business. So I wouldn't say we have a product for startups. What we do is that for university students who are handled as personal account, we are able to give them facilities for their use, but that is after they have shown that they have cash flows. Again, if they are employed, then we start doing incubator programs to increase their capacity. But in terms of their business being funded, we say you must have operated for 2 years. Why? Many businesses, many SMEs don't see their 5th birthday. In Kenya at least. I don't know about the other countries, but we don't want to go down with you, and we are also in business. However, if you're supported to grow that business, then we catch up with you at some point. Sorry, I'm being frank. Then for defaulters, we do not want to give you money and you cannot refund. So that's why we ask for security. For example, if we buy for you a vehicle and you cannot repay, we come for the vehicle and sell it and recover our money. We give you time, we do restructures, we listen to you. If you needed more time, we give you, but you must come to say that you're in this kind of a situation, we listen to you, or you look for, you must return the money. First of all, the money we lend comes from the same you people. So you bring me your money and I lend to somebody else. If these ones do not refund me, what will I pay you with? That's the math we do, very basic. We use your money to lend to another person, of which it must be available when you come for it. Imagine if you came to the bank and your money is not there. How would that be? Very bad. So the French, you can translate. We don't laugh with people who don't.
For students, let me aspire to answer my friend from Tanzania. Who is the richest entrepreneur in Africa today? Dangote. How did he get his startup capital? The first initial amount of money where he started trading. Where did he get the money from? He got the money from his grandfather. So family, extended family, one biggest source of investment capital in the region for startups is usually or what we call friends and fools. So there is quite a lot of capital, social capital, that exists in the society through either family, your parents, or your uncle, or good friends, who may actually be able. So that's one area to look for potential. Somebody who believes in you. The other bit that has happened, and I know there are people who are doing that substantially, savings. So savings associations, cooperatives, putting money together with friends, looking for partners or people that you can do things with, and say you have this, I have this, and seeing whether together, I think the whole issue of community is another big source. And I think that's something we can leverage in the continent. We work in community, and we work in families, and we work in society. There's always this anchor who can believe in you and invest in you. That's one source. So the picture is not totally locked. There are possibilities. It only needs creativity.
Yeah. Okay, one word. All right. Just let me give you a short story about from home. In my neighborhood, there would be some young people living. Well, the children of my neighbors would come and sell things from catalogs before Christmas and so on. We would buy. We like to buy the stuff they have in the catalogs, but because we want to encourage them to do business. And that's a way that they continue developing. And then we would buy services also for, mowing lawns, washing cars, etc. That's one way to offer services, ways to make money, and start to learn your entrepreneurship skills. I didn't do it. I wish I would. Yeah. All right.
All right, thank you so much. So just to summarize the conversation, the first question that I asked, who remembers the first question that I asked? It starts with an M. Mindset, right? With the right mindset, you can overcome any type of challenge. Most entrepreneurs say they cannot access financing, but guess what? If you have the right mindset, you can find other type of financiers. The banks are one of them. And please do not go and haunt Susan, okay? They're actually regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, all right? So they also have to comply with certain regulations and standards within their industry. But there are other types of financing. The other key thing that came out from the panel was you must have passion. Why go and sell honey, peanuts? I can see some good products over there. If you do not have the passion, because it is the passion that will fuel your resilience to remain in that sector, all right? The third one that we had was on brand. Brand is what people say when you're not there. So how are you communicating your brand? Go learn about the brand psychology, colors, the feeling, the taglines, and you can get some examples. And I think the fourth one was looking at customer service. How do you treat your customers? When they walk in the door, how do they feel? And when they're leaving the room, how do they also feel? Check the entire customer journey and ensure you're giving them value. And the final one is looking at thinking as a big business. The biggest that you can ever think of that business and start putting the processes in place, start putting the systems to help you do that. So do not be defined by where you start, whether it is only one product and one customer. Think beyond and start working towards that. And the underlying pillar, if we're to draw a triangle, is compliance. Entrepreneurs, you must be compliant. If you have to register your business, pay the fees and walk that journey. For me, as I round up, I just want to say that as a network, as ASEC, as you can see, our red, white, and black, we're only missing a few colors and represent Kenya. But the purpose of ASEC is to link you to a mentor, trainer, and coach. And we have university innovation hubs that are here. I've seen MKU, Garissa University, and a few others. That's their role, to support you in the university. When you come into the market, we have South Africa, and I think you can just stand. We have Icons Hub. There are many other hubs that are actually there strategically positioned to support you. So please, if you have the right mindset, you can overcome anything, and you can actually get the right support that you need. Thank you so much. Allow my panelists to stand as we give them a round of applause. They have been honest with you. They have shared their experience, and they are still here also after lunch for you too, still having the conversation. But really, thank you so much to your great contributions. I personally have learned a lot, and I look forward to engaging with you further. Asante. We move forward. Okay, let's move forward as we Mike gives us
Take a picture. So I'm gonna move this into action. Is Monica here? Oh, great. Now, Monica is my, what are you, Monica, in NCBA to me? You're my relationship manager. Yeah, let me just say that in banks, it's important to have a relationship manager. And the person, when we are in problems, we normally call, as I choose Live Africa, it is Monica. Thank you so much. I've had many relationship managers, but actually, let me tell you, Susan, she's the best we've had. So you need to give her promotion and increase her salary. Yeah? Yeah, she's really good. We've been very happy with her. I've banked in NCBF for the last maybe 15 years or thereabouts, and have many accounts. So, and I'm happy with the bank. But we're going to now move this to action, okay? Because I think even an NCBA would be camping too much. We need to translate to action now that Monica is there. So now, if you are an MSME, any business, and you need money now, please come here. A business, you need money now. Kuja. Haraka haraka. Okay?
Business, any business, and you need capital. You need capital. Besha, ching, 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 ching. Come here.
You need money.
Yeah, you need money. You need a business. That besha.
The condition is you must be a business.
You must be a business. If I say, if anybody who needs money, I know everybody will be here, so I'll not say everybody. Because everybody here, I can say it's January, so guys need money. So, but if you have business, you need money, come here. Okay, so Susan, and you know a business accelerator is an accelerator. One of the things that you're doing is really capacity building. And some of these organizations have been working with them. As you heard, Viola, we've been working with her for years. Right now, I know she needs money to expand to, I think it's a dryer, right? Dryer and a packaging material for a business. She works in Eldoret Gooseberries. I know she needs money for a travel agency. This is Mazingira here. He's been dreaming to have a swimming pool. He runs a hospitality business. And I can tell you a lot of stories around here. Yeah, but I think they are the realistic things that normally are required. But they're businesses. And together with like the circles, one of the things that you're doing is really building strong circles so that they can be able to access financing, just because of the issues that circles go with. Now, one of the pillars around this is working with universities. And we are working with the 13 universities. So if you have faculty from any university here, please come forward. Obviously, Susan wants to know her money is safe, and we must create a platform where that money is secure. And so one of the ways is working with academia. Unfortunately, when I was at the university, I studied there for many years, and my professors never mentioned money. I think that's one of the problems. Yeah, they talk about everything else, engineering, designs, but you cannot, those things. Okay, so we've got Garissa University. How many universities do we have? So I think some may have stepped out, but you've got Garissa. Yeah, okay. Do we have Dr. Yatich? Is he here? He stepped out, MKU. But if he's not, what about Ratemo? Also stepped out. Okay. But you are working with MKU. It's an umbrella project that we are working called Access. There are 13 universities in that project. So you can chase each individual, but if you want to just have all of them together, just talk to me nicely with Monica, and then we can, because one of the issues really has to do with capacity building. I mean, if I need access to financing, how do they also make sure these businesses are ready for financing? I think you can come up with a program, like you said, it's how many sessions, US, the one you're doing? Yeah, 16 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Collins, both are called. Sure. Okay. Yeah, just take a picture of him so that I can follow him. You can have you can have a bullet, one of those things on the head, just in case he's marked. Okay, so we have the universities. And this is a consortium of universities. We're actually starting the next cycle of training. I think it's going to be in February. And so it's important to have a bank like yourself as a partner, so that as we do an assessment and you develop a capacity improvement plan, they already know what's needed. Yeah, right from the beginning. And actually one of the things that, anyway, we can talk about many things. So that's the bank. Now, the two individuals that will be running the accelerator is an amazing lady there called Charlene. Charlene, how old when you started your first?
I was 18.
18, that's when she started her first business. Founded her first business. So she's a genius, literally. Now she runs a company called Career Dingo. Again, she has founded it. So and Hilda, is Hilda here?
Dr. Yes, she is.
Oh, come, Hilda. So, Charlene is in charge of innovations and startups, and then Dr. Hilda is in charge of business development in the accelerator. So that for the young ones, the high school and universities, and the ones who are starting, they go through Charlene, they go through innovation acceleration process. We are partnering with CONSA, and then the mature one, so from micro you go to small and medium, Hilda takes them from there, business development. And I think all along, they will need financing. And so it's working with, you said your name is? Collins, okay. Collins is to make sure that we are linking up with Hilda, those who need financing. And the universities, you know, is part of the training. Now, one of the things that we must think, Susan, is, you know, I listened to the academia discussion. But, you know, I mean, I think there were a lot of very good points that were raised. And where is the academia? Where is the prof? You are Etiang from, you know.
There's Etiang from Garissa, there's Dr. Efei, there's Cooperative University, Strathmore University, JKUAT University, Technical University of Kenya. Yeah, they are all here.
So for the faculty, you know my simple advice. When you hear the challenge between academia, you know, I was listening to Viola describing. You know, one of the ways of reforming our universities is to have a Susan be one of your faculty members. Yeah, get people from the industry to be in the faculty. And don't ask them to have PhD and so forth. Because what people need to do is run businesses. Is not to have papers and have, you know, so brand it anything. But have Susan as one of your faculty and be the one who is training them on finance. Get Viola to come and talk about product development. You know, we need people from the industry who are part of the faculty who are leading the transformation within the university. Okay? I keep saying, you know, teachers produce teachers. Engineers produce engineers. And so you need to have people, what you want, you've got to get those people in the faculty. Now, to do this, then we need Jenny. Karibu. Now, one of the things that we are doing this is partnership with Sweden. The Sustainable World Coporation Kenya is part of the Sustainable World. Come, Jenny. Because, you know, I think there are a lot of things that then the Sweden embassy was here in the morning. I think there's a whole question about also they can provide some security and so forth. So we can have another discussion. But something else to add. Jenny, come here. Something else to add is, I don't know how much your ESG is doing. But Jenny, here, she consults for EU. What is the portfolio, Jenny, in terms of how much value?
For the companies that we work for, I mean, it's quite massive. I mean, some consultancy that we have made for some companies have actually ended up in the company earning $5 million more per year, $5 million more per dollar for a quite small company. And there are also like close to $1 billion over 10 years for one company that we did. So the thing is, if we can measure what the emissions for a specific product is and add that to the pricing, and another company needed to have due diligence in the supply chain due to the regulations. So it's actually very complex. But the value for companies, but I wouldn't say that compliance is the way forward. It is actually the vision and why you are doing it. Because we have this only planet. And if we can add the value of the future of our children, we also need how to tell that. What is the story, what we're actually doing when we really have a thriving supply chain with people getting good payment? If we are good at telling that, the value and the readiness for payment is much higher. So remove compliance, go to vision and why.
Thank you. She's very passionate about that. The total sum of how much she's managed is over $1 billion US. $1 billion. This lady here. And so one of the things I would ask is that you have got, how many companies does NCBA manage? Just in bulk figure, roughly. Roughly 200,000-300,000, yeah? So one of the things would be, how can we integrate sustainability in this business we're developing? And I'm sure we can also discuss about your clients and NCBA. Yeah.
I have 18 years in a bank in Sweden as a client executive, so I'm really on your side here. And the banks are really pushing hard on their customers in Europe because they have massive commitments, like net zero 2050, and they push it down, so they will de-invest in sectors that are heavy emitters.
Fantastic. So we need to be in a way we can take a picture. So just organize the pictures, guys, so we can take one good picture. I want this for Susan to take it back to our group CEO so she can demonstrate she was actually working today. So this is, and where is Mercy? Is Mercy here? Mercy represents, you know, ASEC, which is ESO as well. Come, Mercy. I'm actually the chairman of ASEC as well. So she's my CEO. And so it's important to have her. She represents businesses. Okay, fantastic. Okay. When you're ready to take the picture, let me know. Yeah? This will be a good picture. Yeah. Actually, I want to take one shaking hands with Susan. Yeah. When I come to the bank, you know, I can come with a picture. Yeah. And where is Sheila? No, Stella, sorry.
Stella, she's coming on stage, yes.
She's coming on stage. So this lady is running an e-mobility company, and she is actually from financing SACCOs. So like even Rom SACCO, she's a finance some, but she needs extra liquidity. So just look at her face, look at Stella and Collins, so that you can have that conversation after that. I know she wants to expand her business. She's one of our MSMEs. Okay, picture, are we ready?
Thank you. So we'll disperse for lunch in 1 minute. Just one announcement. When we come back for lunch, is a few minutes to 3. We are very, it's actually 1 minute. So we'll break for lunch. We'll expect to go back to our breakout sessions. Now listen to this. Okay. So we'll not come back here, all of us. The room will be divided into two breakout sessions. So we'll have industry academia collaboration. There is what the industry and academia are doing with Charlene and Dr. Hilda. So that group will go on fourth floor Eagles Hall. Okay? Industry academia track on 4th floor, Eagles Hall. And then there are going to be 2 other breakout rooms in this room. So this room will be divided into 2 when you come. On this, where I am and where the stage is, we'll have markets and AI track. Markets and AI track. So this room, from this pillar, going this way. So this will be markets and AI. Then we'll have another breakout room from that pillar going towards that side. We'll have the third track, which is sustainability, sustainability track, which is going to be led by Jenny and Magdalene. AI is being led by Wambugu, and Charlene and Dr. Hilda will lead the academia track upstairs. Then we'll be there for about 40 to an hour max, and then we'll come back here, all of us, to finish. There's lunch right now as we go, but even there's 4 p.m., which will translate to around 5 p.m. tea. So please don't be in a hurry. I know it's quite an intense day, but we had to do what we had to do. Okay, so those are the 3 breakout sessions. So it's exactly 3 or 3:01. We can come back to our breakout rooms at 3:45. Then we'll gather all of us here to finish the day at around 4:30 there about, or no, 5. Yeah, 5. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much. Please, there's a team there giving out meal cards, Sarah and Marceline, and then lunch is being served on the first floor on the restaurant. So kindly ensure you go there, and then see you in the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Just before we disperse, if you're a team in industry or academia that you've not yet been paired, or you've not yet met either the academia team or the business founder, please see me, because we need you to take lunch together. Thank you. Feel free to disperse now. Please walk through that door. As you head out, milk cards will be given.
or it will make your good business expound far, far better. In my world of what I do for a daily living, which, as I mentioned earlier, was we are a leader in customer conversations and client conversations. Every day we are pushing out messages of some form in the tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands a day. Having different types of conversations with different types of customers, clients, users, to be able to support and things like that. If you cannot, in your business, measure your responses, follow-ups, outcomes, if you don't have a number, then you are already failing. This is where AI helps expose the truth. How long is it taking for you to talk to customers? Which is a horrible way to run a business. In a world where people are responding in seconds, if not minutes, to be able to do that. So that world, you need to be able to measure and the response times. What I've noticed, it is the lost leads that cause revenues to go down. It replaces excuses. And in our world, in our business world, there's just too many excuses. What AI does is exposes that, it just replaces excuses. Gives you the truth on things. And yes, it can reduce cost. But the first thing you want AI helping you do is helping you remove any type of decision delays. Decisions in a world where speed to market is everything in today's world, delays in decision making are catastrophic. They stomp on the egg before it hatches. Delayed excuses, and it's usually by our leaders who are leading our enterprise. Too fast, they either don't have the visibility to make those decisions, or if they do, they are slow at doing it because they are not using the AI tools to help them strategize and be able to make this type of decisions. So AI is actually far better, far cheaper. It is way cheaper than poor management. Poor management has a high cost. And AI helps cut down on things that require decision making. A lot of our usage, the reason I am not too excited about usage of ChatGPT, even if Kenya is at the top, is people are still using AI to find answers, to find answers to questions, to find knowledge, which is okay, it's all there. But the best use of AI is to use AI to strategize, to come up with strategies, co-creating solutions with your AI tool, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, Meta AI, any of those products, to co-create solutions that you can be able to take to the market. And this goes beyond, what is the largest country with the biggest cuts and to get those. It goes beyond that, to coming up, to sitting down and trying to develop a clear strategy for your business based on numbers, based on you uploading data sets that allow you to strategize. Everyone here outside of our international guests has M-Pesa, right? How many of you are using AI to answer your M-Pesa statements? In a country that is #1 in usage of ChatGPT, how many are actually uploading their M-Pesa statements to try and understand their own behavior on money? The solution is already there. You can actually, M-Pesa gives you the ability to download the last 2 years of your M-Pesa spend. And so you can know to a shilling, or to $1, or to €1, how much, for example, you spent in transaction fees. You can know to a shilling how much you spent at gas stations, at grocery stores, on Uber, and Bolt. You can know how much you're spending to a shilling to understand your money behavior. And we said wealth is built not on gaining money. Wealth, #1 thing of wealth is what? good behavior. Good behavior with money is everything. And yet there's a tool there that can help you upload all this, upload your bank statements, upload all your profit and loss statements, upload all your employee payments, including their taxes, all this in some few PDFs, and have it analyze your entire business and give you a report on exactly what the truth is. Because we say the first thing you want AI to do is to give you the truth. You want to start with the truth. Because AI is both the biggest truth teller and the biggest liar. And it all depends on the data you feed it. Feed it with lies, it gives you lies with confidence. Feed it with truth, it exposes the weaknesses you never even knew you had. So the tools are there. So for a country that is leading the whole world in ChatGPT usage, how we interact with the products has also got to change to be able to do that. The second truth is that if you're going to do any type of AI automation and you don't have a form of governance, now we're talking about business, even in your own personal life, some form of governance. And we talk about governance, let's put it as form of rules, unbroken rules. Then you're committing literal fraud. Because now you have not given the AI tool some rules to go by. And every time you're having this conversation with your AI tool, you should start with the rules. Basic rules of what you know about your business before you give it any type of data to sort. I've had a lot of companies call me after an implementation of AI tools and come to find out they have ignored customers, they have broken some privacy rules, they have lost their brand trust because of poor implementation of AI. No governance. You just uploaded data and told him, help me analyze how I'm behaving with this, whatever, or what's happening with my business. You uploaded a profit and loss statement and said, help me find the weak holes. You didn't give any rules. You didn't set some initial guiding rules, which are everything, to an AI tool and exposing the truth to be able to do that. So then you'll blame AI, it's not working. Doesn't answer my questions. Doesn't give me what I want. For those who are still using ChatGPT, the best exercise you can do, and I'll tell everyone, is after this, open your ChatGPT and just type in the following. I'm about to give you the best prompt. Here it is. From everything you know about me and our interactions, what do you know about me? And let it now give you everything. And you make an assessment yourself and say, is this who I really am? And if you find out it's not you, what happened? What went wrong? You fed it with? You've been feeding AI with BS. And so AI has been relying on information that is not accurate. Yet you should be there setting some governance, some rules to be able to do that. So like I said, AI doesn't fix your business, it just exposes it. It exposes it. You don't have, in your business and in your lives, you don't have data if it's not structured. So your initial rules of how you manage data is first to structure it in a way that makes sense both to you and to the tool you're using, and then eventually to the customers and employees you'll be communicating with. What are the first things? I get lots of this data. We've become a data warehouse at this point. The first thing we get is these spreadsheets from our clients, the ones who are really struggling. And I usually can tell just by looking at the data structure. And I can tell, okay, it's a client who needs lots of initial help. Trying fast. If the data is this bad, then finances are probably that bad. Accounting is probably that bad. Leads are probably not coming that fast. They're struggling with this much expense. I can always tell from just looking at the initial data structure that ends up in our upload sites. You find names are inconsistent. In one column, one name is Mary J. Blige, the next name is Dr. Kamau, the next name is John Kamau Mwangi Joroge Kam. So 4 names, 3 names, doctor, professor. So it is unstructured, and it is very difficult to work with in a world where you need to be referring to somebody by their name. You need things in different columns: first name column, middle column, last name column, and salutation. If it's a doctor, a professor, whoever it is, a salutation column. That's how you begin to structure data. You find phone numbers either aren't working, and most likely, most of the time, they're not in the consistent format. So it's very hard. In our case, we have to call. In this event, it was my call center that was calling all of you. You probably got a message from us telling you how to come, how to prepare, how to buy tickets, all of those things. They were coming out of our call center. And the number one thing we try to do when we are helping clients is to structure their call format. So it's easy for us to send an SMS to make a phone call. You're calling across many countries. We had to call into Sweden. We had to call into UK. We had to call into the UAE. Those require country codes. We can't have my team typing, copying and pasting. They need to click, and it calls. Click and call. Then the next major, huge thing is when I ask, where is your single point of truth? Where can I go to find everything I need to know about your business? This is usually the hardest questions for business owners and entrepreneurs and startup owners to answer. It's just simply not there. It is in spreadsheets and files and Adobe files, and it is in emails, and it's in 7 WhatsApp groups, and it's in 3 Telegram groups, and there is no single source of truth in a world where that is possible. It is possible to have every email and every file and every WhatsApp message and every SMS and every call in one location. And all your accounting and marketing can all be in one location. That's what CRMs were created for, to bring every piece of communication into one place. It becomes your single point of truth for your business. So I go ask, I call it the Bible. Where is your Bible? The Bible, it tells me the truth of how you there's not too many stories. The single point of truth just tells me exactly what's going on with your business. How are you losing leads? I can answer that with a single point of truth. How are your products not penetrating the market you're trying to get into? I can answer that with a single point of truth. So we end up missing on a lot of these things. Yeah? So AI will run on the truth. And if your data lies, then AI does what? It will lie with confidence. Have you ever asked it a question and you see the answer you get? Very confident. And it's both sides of the tail. And it's dependent on your bias. If I'm a Christian and he's an atheist and we both ask, does God exist? We will get the answer that we want. Biased towards you. It's supposed to be. AI is supposed to be biased towards you because it wants to encourage a conversation with you. And so your job is to steer it towards the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter, so that it reports on the truth and not on your bias. If all of us sat down and I gave you the same question, all of you would get all different answers because of your biases with using the product. Your location, where you're from, your family, your background, the things you love, the things you hate, the person you like, the person you hate, all those affect how AI responds to you. And so if you're not steering it towards the truth, You'll always get biased answers, and it will lie with confidence. It will lie with confidence. And I see some of those, pretty impressive. I must tell you that. So data is not what you have, seated in your contact books, seated in your CRMs. That's not the data. The data is the one you can trust. Data you can trust is the one you should have. The number one source of data you can trust, I always bring it back down to money, sits in your bank statements, your loan statements, your M-Pesa statements. That is the truth. You spent that money that way over a period of time, and so when AI runs that, it has to show you your money financial behavior. And to a man and to a woman, when I've ran this exercise, they have been shocked. They had an idea of how they were using money, but they did not know how deep and how bad it got. They did not know how costly things were. Had no idea how much something as simple as transaction fees. We drove Safaricom to be a top 5 company in Africa. We drove Safaricom to be a top 5 company in Africa because of transaction fees. They have created the biggest loan product, interest-wise, 1% a day. They're charging one. You just look at your past. I'm gonna expose a few of you. If you're in Fuliza money, you're irresponsible to your future. That is a 1% a day loan. Now Safaricom will hear me and come after me, but oh well. They've been my clients, but that one, we need competitors in that loan space. So the financial statements are the truth. They're the truth. Uber and Bolt statements. If you are a person who uses rideshare, I'm a huge fan of rideshare. I have given up my vehicle for ride sharing for a reason. But if you're a fan of that, it's the truth. You went to those places. You went to those places, so you can be able to tell that is the truth of what happened. It's not an illusion. I can be able to tell. And versus maintaining my vehicle every month, plus insurance, plus maintenance, plus driving on Nairobi roads, plus the headache I get, taking an Uber is far easier, has proven to be far more effective for me. But again, that's another point of truth. Statements are always a source of truth for that. So, what can you do? Let me try and conclude. I was not going to take too long. Good, I'm right on time. So starting tomorrow, for businesses, if you run a business, thinking of running a business, I always say, take one thing, just one. Don't try and skin the whole cat. Just one thing that either increases your revenue or reduces your expenses, what I call leaks, money leaking. In fact, the money leaks should probably be the first place you go. And this goes for your financial life as well. Take one thing that is causing a leak in your business or needs for you to increase revenue and write that one thing down. Just take that one thing. Talk about personal life, because I see some students, so I want them to learn on proper AI usage. All right? Then, co-create a solution with AI. What did I say? Co-create a solution. Co-creating requires, one, you set rules. We talked about governance. 2, you explain the problem. 3, you talk about the outcomes. What do you want to see? And I'll give you an example. You set the outcomes, and then come up with 2 or 3 strategies. AI will come up with 2 or 3 strategies around that. So for example, all right, I want to know how I can get leads who can buy my sustainable product. Think of a product. You know, I have renewable tires. I crushed rubber and I made renewable tires. So I want to be able to sell these tires to the marketplace. But I have no idea who buys these kind of things, right? I don't know who buys. I know I'm good at making it, but I don't know who buys or where to go to find who could buy or who are my competitors. So I set the rules. I say where I am. I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. My business has been running for X years. Last year, we decided to start doing renewable tires and remaking them into new tires, recyclable tires. And now we've hit this wall. We cannot find leads who could buy our tires. We don't know where to go to network within the space. We don't know what kind, these are things you're typing. I don't know what kind of buyers who could possibly buy my products. Then now say what the outcome is. I want to be able to sell the products. I want to be able to network with the right people. And I need 3 ways I could be able to achieve what I'm trying to do. Now you'll get an initial set of answers, which will be very impressive. Like I said, AI is very impressive. It can wow you at the first turn. But if you don't ask follow-up questions and try and further determine, after you read, you should be able to say, well, can we do this in 3 months? What kind of workforce will I be able to need? How can I better pitch my product? So you come up, go back and forth, until you're satisfied with how you could implement the solution. Then start, and you keep that chat line open. You rename it, you keep it open. Probably even in ChatGPT you can create what you call these projects, put it in that project, and you keep working that chat line as things become reality. Now you may have a cost of material issue. I need to find vendors who can get me this product at cheaper prices. How can I be able to accomplish that? In the same chat line, over time, you'll notice one thing will happen as you go back and forth, asking questions, coming back with new solutions, uploading different products, putting in competitors. Over time, you will have refined AI so well to where it will know that business more likely better than you. So that if you just now upload a statement, it can now be able to tie that to the plan you had initially going forward for that, right? If your personal life, this is now on your personal life, the first place you should be trying to establish better behaviors and better plans is within your finances. No other area should lead in your ChatGPT other than how do you manage what you take? How do you manage? Every transaction I make ends up on my ChatGPT, every single one. And after a week or after a month, I will ask it some questions. How much did I spend on labor? How much did this project cost me? Why did I spend more over here than over there? Why did this? And it will answer because over time I've had these conversations. So putting in an M-Pesa statement, like I said, or a bank statement, it's assessing it based on the governance I had given it in the conversations we've had over time. It gets better. That's the good news with AI, it gets better over time, like wine, all right? So if you are, like we said, in ChatGPT, the first area you should be working out is within your finances. Second place you should be working out of is your own health. And today, I will tell you, honest to God, if your doctor is not using AI to treat you, he is probably misdiagnosing you. Or he will misdiagnose you. Your doctor should be able to tell you what product he or she is using to treat his patients or her patients, and especially you. So that any medication that is assigned to you agrees with what? Because you've got to imagine the information that AI has. So just to let you know what's seated behind AI. When it comes to health, every outcome, every medical test, every diagnosis, every prescription, every science study, every health study, every healthcare, everyone is in there. Everyone. And there is no one doctor seated at the corner of wherever that can be able to outmuscle that. So your own health, if I was to take up your ChatGPT and just look, I should find a huge project around your health. Because today you can upload medical test results. So I always say, when I go, my doctor cannot tell me about the medical test results. We can look at the medical test results together through AI, but he cannot by himself tell me, because he could be misdiagnosing me. You can upload your own medical test results. You can even go to a lab here, because they do this all the time. Do some quick tests, your heart health, your cholesterol, your sugar levels, and all that, and upload that on year one. Boom. That's already stored there. You do that again, maybe after 3 months or 6 months, and you upload it there, and you say, what's the difference between the first time and this time? And you will be stunned, because it will exactly give you where you are and what you're doing better at and what you're doing worse at from 6 months ago. So the problem is, especially here in Africa, we have too much trust on these doctors. And they take these x-rays and they take these results, and they don't even give you the results themselves. They come and they tell you, oh, the problem was 1, 2, 3, you have high blood pressure. The results were, take this medication. And we just trust and we take the medication. Knowing every single person has a different gene pool in this world. There's no two people with the same genes. So the same medication works differently on him versus her for the same condition. AI, like I said, exposes. And if you're not using it to manage your health and manage your family's health, you're losing the best tool you have at keeping yourself healthy. At keeping yourself healthy. All right? It is by far. So finances, health would be the first two areas. Last year, for the first time, AI outdid regular, trained, experienced psychologists in preventing suicide in humans. For the first time last year. AI-led, trained, experienced psychologists in prevention of suicide last year. After failing the first 2 years, it tried to do so. It recovered, learned from its failures, and today it is the best tool to help prevent suicides, depression, today. So you do not use AI to gain knowledge. It already has the knowledge it has. You use it to be able to design, strategize, and be able to use the product to gain good health, to be able to make good finances and keep your finances, to run better companies, to employ better employees as a strategy. You don't even need to worry about knowledge. Yes, go find the knowledge. It's going to be seated there. But for the first time last year, Maggie and I, we were hiring. We were hiring agents based on advice from AI and not from our experience. She is very experienced at running call centers and knows the best agents and who we should hire, but last year she fought hard and fired herself so that AI could help us figure out who to hire. And it will surprise you. The best people to work for us did not go to college. They didn't have that much of a formal education. They don't live in this city. They live outside. But they are the people we realize, one, have the confidence, because being on the phone requires a form of confidence. They are fast learners. Again, the interviews that we were doing with AI's help were helping us judge how fast and how quickly they can get things done. So that one agent is making initially we needed to make 10 calls in an hour. Then we have this new up-and-coming young kids who maybe didn't have the money to go to college, and they are making 20 calls, double. Some are making 30 calls in an hour. We could have, I'm telling you, Maggie and I, with all our experience, we could have never even come close to identifying the type of workforce we have today. We could have never. Some of them are, 6-hour drives from here in Kisumu. We have some 3-4 guys there who barely sleep. There's no way we could have found them. We have over 80,000 applications in our database of people wanting to work for us. We needed 20. How are we going to get the best 20 out of 80? It's impossible. So you use AI to strategize, to find these solutions. And that's what I'm looking for. If you're solution-minded, you don't have excuses, you need solutions, please find me. Where's my QR code? Put that QR code up there. If you scan that, it has my contacts. I'm happy to connect with you. Let's see, where? Yeah, that's a good one. There we go. Yeah, if you scan that, you'll be able to save it, save me directly into your contacts, tell me we met here. And I'm happy to connect with you, but thanks so much for listening. I don't know if there are questions, but let's end there. I'm around, I'm here today, I'm here tomorrow. Find me, pull me aside. I'm happy to help work with you, try and strategize. If you need better approaches to using your AI tool, come bring it to me, I'll help you figure it out and try and go, okay? All right, thank you, everybody. Was there anything else happening after this? We are done. Can I release people? Wanjiko, what was happening after this? I'm done. We can release people. Oh, they're all coming back. Oh yeah, there's an award ceremony. So just give us a few minutes. Let me get somebody up here. You can take a short break and then be back. Thank you.
How do HR, IT, and
sell to millions of people online with Shopify's social media and marketplace integration. You can sell your products.
The streets are quiet, the wind's just Ekayalami. Ngibona izintaba, no rush, no race. Just time and done. Pesheya, pesheya, iyakumbula. Soft and slow, they call me home. Ekayalami. Ekayalami. Where my heart beats. Ngizubumnandi. Ekayalami. Ekayalami. It's calling me softly. Zubuya nami. Mfulu yahamba ungesabi. The reeds they dance. Oh, they sway so free. I once was lost in Ikelobukhanya. Found my rhythm like the old fig tree. Ekayalami. Ekayalami. It's calling me softly. Zubuya nami. Ngibona izihlahla moya kude pakude embolami iphunga lomhlaba yalizwa ngibuyele ekhaya lapho konke kuqala. Ngiyapumula, ngiyapumula, phakathi kwethu kunempilo embolami, embolami. isibani sikhanya phansi umoya uthwala izwi ungishayela izinkanyezi ziphefumula kancane izumdanso wezikhathi ezedlule uhle lapho umhlaba uthula khona thatha isandla sami singene ndawonye umzila wodwa ngaphandle kokuphenduka Ebola
Yakhumbula izolo ngiyabona amehlo akho soft winds carry ngicabanga wena ngathi ngizokulinda njalo your laughter lingering long izinkanyezi zethu shining bright zakhanya ubusuku bonke Tandaza, sizoqhubeka izinkanyezi zethu kuwe kuphela my life kuwe kuphela my life thula kelulalele emlilweni sikhuluma izindaba your voice lingers kufana namanzi ngiyaphupha nawe njalo imihla yethu ijule kanjalo nginoyibonayo ngabe isango livuliwe izinkanyezi zethu shining bright siyakhanya ubusuku bonke ngiyathandaza sizoqhubeka izinkanyezi zethu kuwe kuphela kuwe kuphela kuwe kuphela my life kodwa isimo siyajika abuya nkonda izinkumbulo zethu sihlala njalo kodwa siyahamba
wena ngathi ngizokulinda njalo your laughter lingering long izinkanyezi zethu shining bright ziyakhanya ubusuku bonke ngiyathandaza sizoqhubeka izinkanyezi zethu kuwe kuphela kuwe kuphela my life thula ngithela ulalele emlilweni sikhuluma izindaba your voice lingers kufana namanzi ngiyaphupha nawe njalo imihla yethu idlule kanjalo yini oyibonayo ngabe isango livuliwe izinkanyezi zethu shining bright ziyakhanya ubusuku bonke ngiyathandaza sizoqhubeka izinkanyezi zethu kuwe kuphela kuwe kuphela my life kodwa isimo siyajika siyajika ngabe uyangiqonda izinkumbulo zethu zihlala njalo kodwa siyahamba siyahamba hamba nami hamba nami hamba nami njalo njalo phambili phambili izinyawo zami sizobona elindini izinto ziyahluma ngikhumbula izandla zakho umlilo wakho angisoze ngakhohlwa amagama othando lwakho ngiyahamba nami wena uzobona ngiyahamba nami izulu libangona ngiyahamba nami njalo njalo ngiyahamba nami njalo njalo woza nami thula lalela izwi lakho liyakhanya njengephupho sondela sondela impilo iyagijima thula lalela izulu liyahamba ngiyakukhumbula wena othandekayo athi zolo ngabe sihleli ndawonye the fire was warm the voices were low izandla zakho zishisa angizwa njalo ngiyakukhumbula lapho sikhuluma khona ngiyakukhumbula lapho uhleka khona every moment ngiyalizwa ngiyalizwa ngiyakhumbula nawe uyakhumbula indlela sasikhube ngayo
A word of prayer and closing remarks, then we'll release everyone. Please grab your snacks, get back. Let's do this. Let's finish together. It will be very important.
sithandwa sami ezinkondweni zami kuze kube phakade uthando lwami ngiyalubeka kuwe
Okay, because of time, let's all stand and say the words of the grace, and then you'll be free to leave. I know guys are tired and all that, but it has been a day worth it. So if you can all stand, and let's share the words of the grace. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Turn your neighbors, tell them, surely goodness and mercies shall follow you all the days of your life, and you shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you.